Adulting is a roller coaster of really high highs, low lows, and everything in between. If you are in the thick of this ride and changing your mind every 2 seconds about whether you are enjoying it or not, you're in the right place. Every 2 weeks, join the Adulting Out Loud hosts as we talk through our experiences as certified adults, offering each other encouragement, inspiration, and a good laugh. We hope to leave you feeling refreshed and ready to face everything adulting has in store for you. Thanks for listening. Hi guys, welcome to the Adulting Out Loud podcast. I'm your host Unia and I'm joined by Yvonne. Hi Yvonne.
Hi Unia, how are you?
Fine, thank you. And by Carol. Hi Carol.
Hi Unia.
How are you guys doing? Are we still saying Happy New Year?
Yeah. Yes, we are.
Related. This is February.
Yeah, but it's our first episode of 2021. So,
oh yes,
Happy New Year. But are you those people who say Happy New Year too? If you've not seen someone for the whole year since, and then you see them in June, are you those people who are like, oh, Happy New Year, how are you?
Well,
Yes.
not in June.
I am that person.
Really? At least for me, not in June. Maybe February, March, April. After Easter, no more Happy New Year.
I don't have a time frame. I don't have a time frame. I think I also say Happy New Year if I've not seen you like since the year began. But I think it's until Feb. So how is 2021 going so far? Are you liking it? Are you feeling it? Or are you like, nah?
It's so far, yeah, okay. I think after last year's experience, yeah, I'm just like, okay, I think I'll just live one day at a time.
I know. You're just like, I'm not saying anything. I'm not jinxing the year by saying anything.
Yes.
I'm also not going to say anything just in case I jinx it. So, first episode of season 2. I am so excited. And today we're talking about the brokest things that we have ever done in this adulting life. Have you ever been so broke that you're just like, wait, this adulting life is something else?
Imagine just thinking about it. Most of the things I've done that I would deem some of the things I've done when I'm really broke, I think I've done because of peer pressure, not because I was really broke, but just trying to fit into the...
Are you serious?
Yeah. And one of the things that is coming to mind is trips that I've taken on some of the lowest budgets. Like, trying to figure out how that happened right now does not even make sense. I'm telling you, this one time, my friends and I decided we are going to coast. And it's those ones for... allow me to use this one, kumakera.
What
like
is that?
What is that?
In Kiswahili, it's kushtukia. I don't know how to like. It's so spontaneous,
yes.
Trips, abrupt.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you're like, right now we just decide, you guys, tomorrow let's go to coast.
Oh my God.
And everybody in the room says yes. And you don't know how you're going. You don't know where you're going to sleep.
You had not planned
But
for
you're
it.
so sure. Yeah, we used to do that a lot. We never used to plan for trips. So this one time, it happened like that. People were like, let's go to coast in 3 days' time. And everybody said yes.
So you
Personally, I went earlier because I had an aunt. So I used to like, if I'm going to coast, I go visit her. Then now join the rest of my team.
Yeah.
And the rest of my friends arrived. And guess what? We didn't know where we are sleeping. Of course, Yvonne, I knew I'd go and sleep with my auntie. But why would I? I'll sleep where all my friends are sleeping. Let me tell you, girl. You know, we went to churches begging for sleeping. One of the biggest churches in Mombasa had a villa, but of course we were like, if we go to that villa, the distance between the villa and the road is quite long. So we opted out of a villa and slept in a boarding school.
Why?
Because it was next to the road, meaning would commute easily to the beach and to wherever else. You know, it was all about the fun. It's not about living luxuriously. It's all about...
What? Oh my God.
You would wake up, light firewood. Who lights firewood on vacation?
No, you are campers.
Now the most interesting thing, on the day of going back to Nairobi, there's some people who didn't have fare.
What?
So instead of going back with a luxurious bus, we had to all put our money together. We came back in this shoddy bus where people even sit in the middle of the aisle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's an experience I would not want to repeat. But yes, came back saying we went for vacation.
Oh my God. Okay, that sounds like fun.
It was then. Right now, thinking about it, I think we just lost our mind.
Sounds like fun now that you're home and safe, but I am sure.
I know.
I don't think I would want to be in that situation. My God, the lighting of fire has taken me out. Oh my God, what were you eating? Did you eat the whole time you were there?
Yes, yes, we ate. So of course for breakfast we just have bread and black tea. Who has money for milk? For lunch we'd have viazi karai, the Costarian dish where each potato is one bob.
Lol.
I'm telling you. And for dinner, I think we used to cook either ugali and cabbage or something like that, mixed with meat. So we have
that was good.
But of course not what you'd expect for vacation. Vacation you expect it's buffet. You're not cooking. You have a chef to come and do it for you if you're in a villa or something. Nothing.
Wow.
It's okay.
It's the real hassle.
It is well. When we were talking last time about this topic, when we were preparing for this, and I was telling you guys about the time I ate Weetabix with water. You guys, don't eat Weetabix with water instead of milk.
Wow.
Don't try it. My God, it was the worst thing I've ever eaten. So I was there, I was in the house, I was like, hey, there was no milk. There was like, I think 2 things in that fridge. There was no milk, but I had Weetabix and I was really hungry. So I'm like, fine, I'm going to eat Weetabix. Then I was like, now what am I going to eat it with? So I was like, no. I first Googled, I was like, Weetabix and water. And the reviews were not good. Everyone was just like, bad.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, with hot water or with cold water? So I did with hot. I was like, fine, let me just do with hot. I did with hot water and honey. I was like, I'm not going to put in sugar because that will just taste like ORS. So I did hot water and honey. You guys, it was so bad. It was so bad. I was like, I should have eaten the Weetabix alone. Like, you know how you just crunch on it. Right? Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, I should have just done that. Don't try it, guys. It's horrible.
Thanks. I don't think I will. I think being broke was so traumatic for me that I
You've shown
avoid remembering. Or like my brain just doesn't let me remember anything. But for me, it was. Do you know the hair food? There is that oil that we use for the hair food, right?
The one that was common those days. It was for which? It was
which
brand. It was yellow, right?
Yeah, it was yellow. They had 2. There was one which was yellow and the other was, I think, white. But the yellow one was common. So
if you're going to say put it on your face.
Yes.
I'm going to die.
I know, but I think for like a month, because that time I had used up all my body lotions which I'd bought, and I asked mommy for money. It was too soon to expect pocket money, and and the hair products don't get finished that soon, right? So like I had that hair food, and it's what I used for like 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
I was like, your face is going to burn or something. I was
like, wouldn't people comment? Like you're smelling something else?
Yes, I've oiled my hair. Like if they would comment, I'll just be like, yes, I've just oiled my hair.
So then it would be like you've just your hair, but you've actually oiled your face as well.
Carol, I said no.
2 weeks is a long time, Carol. No, that's real broke.
At my first job, or like one of my first jobs, like right after campus, you guys, you know that last week before payday, when Like you're just waiting for payday. You're like, when is this date reaching? I would be so broke. Like I would only have money. So at that job, they used to give us lunch, which was great. So at least I didn't have to worry about lunch. So I would only have money for like taking me to work in the morning. And I would not have money for coming back. If I used money to come back, I would not have money to go to work in the morning. And I was still living with my parents. So I didn't want to have to explain to them why I don't have money to go to work. So I made sure that I would have the transport going. Coming back, I would walk, you guys. I would even plan my outfit to be comfortable, to make sure that when I'm walking back, I am not having sore feet. Do what? I would have comfortable shoes, comfortable clothes, and just walk slowly back. The good thing, it was not that far. Some of those months were long, were really, really long. I would walk. The good side to this is at least we'll be able to tell our kids. You know how our parents used to tell us, "Oh, I used to walk."
Exactly. Yeah.
We have a story to tell. We used to be like, "Hey," we'll be like, hey, "You're just there being lazy. I used to walk from work to home."
I've also done the walking part, but for me, not because I was broke, but because I really wanted to save.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't even make sense because you'd walk all the way to work, and from work, especially from work, it's difficult because it's uphill. And you already had a long day.
Yes.
So you get home so thirsty, and not for water. You're thirsty for something sugary, which will still cost you almost the same amount of fare that
you've been saving.
Or so hungry that you end up spending more than you had budgeted for dinner. What?
Exactly, because you're hungry.
Because you are saving. At least you are doing it for a good cause.
I know.
Yeah.
What about you guys? What about you know how, I don't know if I think Safaricom has it definitely. How on MTN Caro you can borrow airtime. So you guys, have you ever borrowed until they tell you you can't borrow anymore until you clear until you clear the bill? Until you clear the bill. That is me.
Yes.
I have borrowed airtime until they tell you you can't please clear the outstanding amount. And then to make things worse, what I've done when I get that message, because I usually do it like, I need data, let me just borrow. And I don't have like money to buy airtime. Or I need airtime, I need to make this call, so let me just borrow. And then they tell you you've reached your outstanding, please clear. So what I do, I go to, you can get like as if a loan. It's called More Cash on MTN. So you go and get that car loan, that car More Cash. You request for More Cash, then they send it on your mobile money, and then I clear. So it's basically getting a loan to clear a loan. So then I clear my outstanding. Then now I borrow again because I still don't have money to buy the airtime. So then now I borrow again and make that call. You guys, like, what kind of cycle is that?
Let me tell you, Mama, don't even go there because that's now the Kenyan lifestyle right now.
Really?
You've not seen people with 2 or 3 lines because of that borrowing aspect.
Yeah.
You have Fuliza, like you can even buy things. That loan aspect. They lend you to pay for stuff. Through M-Pesa.
What?
So now, when somebody then now decides they want to borrow money and you want to send to them via M-Pesa, they're like, no, don't send on this number.
Exactly.
Let me give you another.
They're going to cut it.
Exactly. Or if I'm like, please send me airtime, but don't send me on this number because they're going to chop. Please send on
Yeah.
What? You guys, that's bad. That's horrible.
Wow.
And the unfortunate thing is that now it becomes addictive. Like even when you have money, you're so used to being given things, through that method. You can't plan.
Imagine you can't get addicted to that one. It is so bad. Trust me, I've been there. Because that time when you get money, you now have to pay that More Cash loan that you took.
Yes.
With interest.
With interest, of course. And then you also have to pay this airtime loan. Like you're just clearing loans.
I can recall one moment in uni. So we were so passionate, me and two of my friends, and we were working on this like music project. So we had a studio where we would go recording, but we didn't have money. We were so broke because then we had used all the money we had to, to pay the studio. So when it came to recording, I know Nakawa, so would walk from Nakawa to Nakula.
But Yvonne, the distance that Caro is talking about is really long. Like it's not short. It's like crossing town.
So we would walk and then back we would. I know, yes, Junia. And like of my friends was in a wheelchair even, so we had to push her all the way. Like, it was really tough, and we would be so tired and exhausted. Yet we had lectures the next day. So there is this one moment where we walked, and then we had 5,000 shillings for our transport back to uni. Like we were three, so in a car. So we had 5,000 shillings left. That is even like even less than
5K Ugandan shillings is like what? It's like 100 Bob Kenyan, or like one something.
Oh my.
Yeah.
130.
Yeah. So that's all we had left for our transport back to uni. After that journey, and we are tired, but we would pack water with us, and a few snacks which we got from the university cafeteria, for like bread in the morning. So going back, then it was really cheap to travel, like 500 shillings, say from Nakulavie to town, and then from Kampala to Nakawa, so like another 500 each.
Okay.
At 5,000, so we were going to have 2,000 left still, if we would save 2,000. So on coming back, we went to the old taxi park, and we got on a matatu, or we call them taxis in Uganda. Yeah. So the three of us got on, and then we were thirsty because we were just tired. And then one of my friends was like, but we will have 2,000 left. Why don't we just buy some water from that money? So we called one of the hawkers, who was selling soda, water, and we gave him money, and we were like, okay, give us 3 bottles of water. And the guy disappeared with our money, because we were supposed to give change, but he disappeared. We didn't see him.
So mean.
I know, and we were already in the taxi.
So you couldn't even get out.
And it was almost getting full. So, and we were like in the back seat. And then one of my friends was like, "You people, I think we should just get out and start walking again back to uni." So the car disappeared with the only money we had left, and so there we were in the taxi wondering, do we get out and walk to university, or what do we do? And then we decided, let's just stay. And we were left at the mercy of the driver and the conductor. But good enough, there was another passenger who saw what had happened. Like, because he watched, but then really it was unexpected that 3 people would only have 5,000 on them as their.
What I'm going to say. You know what you should have done? You just sit quietly and wait. And you see, it's a good thing with Ugandan taxis, unlike the matatus here, where you pay like the minute you enter. In UG, you sit until when you're getting out. So you just sit. You should have just sat and just enjoyed your trip. And then when you're getting out, you'll be like, you know what? We were robbed. We don't have money. And then they will quarrel. And then that guy would let you go. Would be like, no, actually, I saw the money was taken.
Exactly. And that's exactly what happened. We just said, let's sit. And we will explain to the driver and conductor, but we also tried to call a friend at uni to say, can you please come to the stage?
And pay when we get there.
That didn't work out. It didn't work out. But like, you would see the awe on people's eyes, like,
2K?
Like,
the three of
yeah,
you?
like three people cannot afford fare for such a short journey. But yeah, we were so broke.
But Carol, let me ask, Carol, did you really have to go and record? Where are these songs? I want to listen to these songs.
Me too.
Yes, we had. We were so passionate. Yeah, the songs are there, but
please share
back
these
home
songs that were recorded in blood, sweat, and money. I want to listen to this song.
Yes.
Uko tayari kuianza siku yako kwa ushindi na kicheko. Sikiliza zaidi kipindi cha Changamka na Vijana kwenye redio yako bomba kabisa, MCI Radio. Kwa midaro hai, mahojiano ambayo tukufanya uendelee kusika zaidi na kufahamishwa kila kinachojiri kote Afrika Mashariki. Na katika yote hayo utapata burudani bila kikomo na vibao vipya na hata mienendo ya muziki.
Oh my girl, you're fine. My girl, you look so fine. Can I smoke my ganja with you?
Wanasema kuambatana na waridi ndio kunukia huko. Changamka na Vijana kwenye redio yako bomba kabisa, MCI Radio, kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa kuanzia saa 8 kamili za mchana hadi saa 10 za jioni. Na hapo utapata dozi yako ya kila siku, yani furaha na msisimuko. Namo msikilizaji, na kukaribisha tena katika Changamka na Vijana Show Podcast, ambayo inakufanya kuelimika, kuburudika na kujifunza kupitia mada nyingi sana zinazolenga vijana wa Afrika Mashariki. Utakuwa na mimi Glory Jolly na mwenzangu
Akal Mohan.
Yes, na siku leo tunayo mada ambayo inalenga katika afya ya akili. Huu ni mwezi wa afya ya akili 2023, na katika afya na akili mwezi huu kuna mambo mengi sana yamejikita katika eneo la afya akili, that is mental health issues.
Yeah.
So Mohan, je, unafahamu kabisa kwamba huu ni mwezi wa mental health awareness?
Ndio, the month of May inakuanga mwezi ambao tunatenga kuzungumzia maneno ya mental health, zile magonjwa za akili. So ni wakati ambao kila mwaka I also take time off kujua hali yangu ya kiakili iko vipi, how is my mental health. And inachukua, of course wakati mwingine maisha yanakuwa nyingi, like life happens so fast, so sina ile wakati ya kujua how is my mental health. Hii mwezi nikiona kila zungumzo, kila posters, kila media inazungumzia mental health, inanikumbusha kwamba ni wakati wa kutulia, kujua hali yangu ya kiakili iko vipi. So najua vizuri main ndio.
Okay, kwangu mimi naweza kusema upande wa mental health awareness, this time around imenipa attention. Back then I never take it serious. And in a certain way nikasema it's a light time now I check about myself. Am I safe or I'm not safe? And here it is inakuja kwamba mada ambayo tunaijadili leo katika Changamka na Vijana Show Podcast, tunajaribu kuangalia dhana potofu za afya ya akili kwa vijana ndani ya Afrika Mashariki. Na naweza kusema kwa namna nyingine, kama unaweza kujiuliza, unaweza kugundua kwamba dhana potofu tumekuwa nayo, lakini hatufahamu dhana potofu ni nini. Moja kwa moja ni kueleza maana dhana potofu ni ile imani ambayo inajengeka kwa kitu ambacho sio sahihi, si cha kweli. So Moan, unaelewa vipi dhana potofu? This is in English tunaita
in English dhana potofu ya magonjwa ya kiakili. Ukisema hivyo, I'm thinking of it as what are the misconceptions of mental illnesses ama mental health in East Africa. Now, first of all, he zooms on this talk is very important. Why? Because shida ambayo tunaipata kama wale ambao wako katika hii sehemu ya Afrika na pia Afrika nzima kwa jumla ni kwamba mental health imejengwa katika zile dhana potofu. Watu wengi sana wanashindwa hata kuzungumzia maneno ya mental health, kwanza because of that stigma around it, ile kuogopa kukame out na kusema I'm suffering from this. Just because of the misconceptions, zile upotofu ambazo ziko kulingana na hizi magonjwa ya kiakili. So zungumzo kama hizi ni bora sana, watu wanafaa kuwa wanazisikiza ndio wajue kwamba ukiwa na shida kama hizi usiende katika zile maneno ama mienendo potofu just to go about these issues. So it's very timely. I will advise our listeners of this show podcast to listen in and hear what we have to say about dhana potofu za magonjwa ya kiakili.
Hiyo ni kweli kabisa. Nikirudi katika dhana potofu, tunaangalia sana Afrika hii upande wa afya akili. Watu wengi wanaiwekea imani ya kishirikina. This is, people think it's a kind of a witchcraft, kind of a demonic way, but kwa upande mwingine naweza kusema sio kweli. Kama msikilizaji unatusikiliza, afya ya akili au matatizo ya afya ya akili sio kweli kwamba ni mambo ya kishirikina, nguvu za giza. No, hii ni reality. This is things which are happen to us. Hivi ni vitu ambavyo vinatutokea kwenye afya zetu. Na leo mimi na Mohan hapa tunataka tuongee nawe ambao msikilizaji unatusikiliza kwamba hizi dhana potofu si tu peke yake mambo ya kishirikina au imani za kishirikina. No, ipo katika maeneo mengi sana. Ya kwanza kabisa naweza kusema ambayo vijana wengi wamechukulia it's just normal thing, but it's not, ni utumiaji wa madawa kulevya, tajibangi na pombe. So Mohan, labda nirudi kwako. Najua ni kijana wa kiume, umekuwa chuo na unakuta labda vijana walikuwa vizuri kidogo, anaanza tena kubadilika, kunywa pombe. Amekunywa mara ya kwanza, sasa amekuwa sasa kwa siku lazima afururize hata mara 5 mara 10. Na hapa nchini Uganda tunakuja kugundua kwamba katika utafiti wangu unaonyesha kwamba wameamua kuachilia bidhaa za vinywaji ambavyo ni vinywaji vitamu. Unaweza kuita vinywaji kama vinaelekea kama soda, si soda, vitamu lakini vina chembe za pombe kidogo, ambazo za kuburudisha na it's affordable. Na ukienda madukani zimejaa. Na unakuta vijana wengi hawajikiti kufuata shughuli au fanya chochote, unakuta wanakunywa kwa wingi. Tunamuuliza nini tatizo, kwani unakunywa sana? Anajaribu kupunguza mawazo.
Naam, unasema kweli kabisa. First of all, like ukiangalia vijana, mimi ni kijana, nimekuwa chuo, na pia vijana wenzangu hata wale ambao wako kwenye vyuo, mara nyingi maisha ikishakuwa ngumu. Unajua like wakati wa ujana ni ile wakati pia unajaribu kujua ni nini maisha yanataka kutoka kwangu. What does the world ama what does life want from me? Napata kazi lini? Napata mwanamke lini? Napata pesa lini? So hizi vitu zote ni mawazo. Na unapata kuna ile mahali unaweza escape. Kwa nia unataka kujiburudisha, kupunguza ile mawazo. Lakini ikianza kuzidi na unapata kwamba it's now becoming a pattern, a sequence where you cannot live without these substances. Huwezi ishi bila vile dawa za kulevya. Then tunafaa kwanza kujiuliza, shida ni gani? Mawazo imezidi. Kama mawazo imezidi, mbona unaona kuwa zile dawa za kulevya zitakutibu? Sidhani usayansi yote inaweza dhibitisha kwamba madawa za kulevya zinatibu. I don't really think so. Especially if they're being abused. Kama ni zile madawa ambazo tunazitumia vibaya, then hapo hatuwezi sema kwamba unatibika. Kwanza unaweza ingia pale ukiwa na nia ambayo it's like out of innocence, naivety. Unadhani kwamba I'm just using these substances to deal with my depression, my stress, and the hard times of my life. But at the end of the day, if it becomes addictive, na pia it tampers with how you reason, vile ambavyo unajifanya, unabehave, then tunafaa kuwa kama vijana, hata pia kama audience nzima ya hii podcast, tunafaa kwanza kujiuliza, hey, what's really the problem? Kuvuta bangi is another problem. Tunaona kwamba wale watu wanakosa hygiene. Wengi ama wachache, depending on how you're looking at this, but kuna wale ambao wakianza kutumia hizi madawa haizi kula kama hajatumia dawa, haizi oga ama kunawa, Wakongo wanasema kunawa bila kutumia hizi madawa. Akili unamwangalia tu unajiuliza shida ni gani. So hii ni kama zile dhana ama ambazo zinaweza these are things that we should discuss about. Very true. So nakubaliana.
Na hiyo uko kweli kabisa. Ukiangalia hasa si vijana, mfano kama kunywa pombe, kuvuta madawa kulevya, unaambia mtu anaambia it's my fun, it's my hobby, napenda kufanya vile. But tatizo linakuja pale itapokuwa too addicted. Yaani umezidi, umeenda kiwango kile ambacho hakistahili. It means hiyo sio sawa. Hauko sawa kabisa. Yaani hapo umeingia katika another level tofauti. Na hii tunaichukulia kawaida. Kumbe kwa upande mwingine hizi ni dhana potofu za afya ya akili. Lazima tufahamu hilo. Na kingine mwana ulichosema kwamba unakuta saa nyingine labda kwa sababu unatumia vitu hivi kutokana na stress, mawazo unayo yatapungua. Let me tell you the fact guys. Unatumia vitu hivi, it's for meantime. It's a temporary. Not permanent.
Yeah.
So if you are taking unakunywa pombe kwa wingi, unavuta sigara, bangi kwa wingi, for meantime itakutuliza. Ndio maana unamuona mtu, nafikiri sikia vijana anakuambia mimi nikivuta bangi akili inachangamka bana, nakuwa na akili na chaji, I can do some very creative things. Ni that meantime. Lakini akiacha kuitumia ina maana anarudi in a normal way alivyokuwa. So it means there is a way hii kitu inakupeleka. Kwa ikiwa too much, you may need an help. Nadhani labda unawaza ni dhana ipi nyingine potofu ambao wakati mwingine vijana wengi wamekuwa kitumia na wanaona it's okay but it's not okay.
Kwanza before niende kwa dhana nyingine potofu nimekumbuka kitu kuhusu hizi dawa za kulevya. Kwanza unajua ukiwa ile wakati wa ujana, kwenye Kiingereza wanasema an idle mind is the devil's workshop. Akili haitumiki. You are not doing anything, especially kama una kazi au una kitu ambayo inakushughulisha. So unakuja unapata okay, what is it? Unaamka asubuhi unajiuliza nifanye nini yenye itaniweka active? Hakuna. Wacha nikimbie, niko na 1000 ya Uganda, naweza pata zile pombe ama naweza tafuta bangi ama hata sigara. So kitu ambayo inaweza kuwa inachangisha hii sana ni vile zile madawa ziko very accessible. Kwa duka yote unaweza ingia, whether wako licensed ama wako wanapata. And it's even going down to high school students who are underage. So unapata mtu unapata by around 14 years ameshaanza kutumia hii madawa. So by the time anafika 25 mwili imeisha. Na unajua if the physical health kama hii mwili ya nyama inadidimia, inamaanisha pia kiakili there's a way your mind also deteriorates. So hiyo ni kitu ambayo ningependa pia nijue what you think about it. Like ile vijana watumiki kiakili, they are not engaging actively. So unakuja unapata inawacha ile idol, afu sasa ni pepo tu. Twende tukunywe tutaenda, twende tufanye hivi tutaenda.
And I think hii kitu inapelekea you find vijana sasa hivi tuliopo mpaka tunajikuta katika afya ya akili, matatizo ya afya ya akili. Maybe unakuwa na stress, unakuwa na depression, inakupelekea kufanya vitu vingine ambavyo sio sahihi. I think because of all that, ile tunavyokuwa kwa social media platform, you are seeing someone anafanya kitu fulani, you are seeing someone maybe ni celebrity, umetokea kumpenda, you are seeing someone ni bado ni mdogo anakuambia nimepata pesa, nimetajirika. So ile kitu, ile desire inakupeleka na pleasure. Yes, then unajikuta unataka kufollow the lifestyle ya mtu fulani. Then unaifollow, labda alikuwa anavuta, let me try it, ansaidia. And another thing, unakutana na groups, these peer groups za shuleni. Mtu anakuambia no, ukitumia hii itakupa mzuka wa kusoma. You see? Utafanya vizuri. Je, ukienda klabu, ukawa unakunywa pombe, itakuwa na kurefresh, you know? So because ya peer groups influence ile mtu anakupa mwamko zaidi ya marafiki, all that inaweza kusababisha wewe kujikuta umepata matatizo yake in any ways. Na hii itakuja baadaye umemaliza high school, unaingia sasa chuo, haujielewelewi and unajikuta huzuni kwa wingi, unajikuta sometimes you're not okay. You know, hivi ni vitu vidogo kabisa ambavyo I think we need to work on.
True.
So kuna nyingine wakati nikiangalia vijana wengi sasa hivi sasa wa kike let me come on my vijana wa kike nowadays wanatafuta wapungue, awe na shape, tumbo liishe, awe na bams za kutosha vizuri, shape imekaa vizuri, you know, all those figure nzuri, you know. Yes, so anatafuta another ways za kuweza kumsaidia. Nitakuaje? Anamcheki mtu kwenye TikTok, social media, Instagram, nitakuwa hivi. Sasa anapoanza kumfollow, you imagine yule mtu ana pesa yake, unafanya vile, wewe huna, unaanza kutafuta another ways, nitapataje pesa? Unajiingiza katika vitu visivyostahili. Maybe umeanza kutembea na wanaume tofauti upate pesa, maybe sugar daddies or that. Labda umetoka hapo umejiingiza kufanya biashara ambazo si sahihi kwako, alafu baadaye zinaanza kukugharimu. Yes, nadhani mshikili hizi story vijana wengi anakuambia, niliingia katika kikundi fulani waniambia nikija na pesa kidogo nitafanikiwa. Sasa hivi najaribu kutoka, kuna mambo ya ajabu sielewi kama Illuminati or that, mtu anasimulia, you know, all that. And mtu anaanza kuwa na stress, anakuwa ni mtu mwenye hofu, anaogopa. Sasa ameshingia katika matatizo ya afya ya akili pasipo kujijua. Kumbe because of such.
Kuna point ambayo ulisema sitaki tuipoteze, hiyo kupunguza uzito. First tukiongelea social media. Social media imekuja ikafanya hasa wanawake, hata wanaume pia, wakadhani there's an ideal body shape. So ndio kwa sababu tunaona watu wanakufa kwa gym. Si kukufa ile kukufa, but mtu anajituma sana. It's not, a lot of it is not even for healthy purposes.
Watu wanakuwa na miili mikubwa.
Si ndio? So unapata mwanamke labda mwili yake kimaumbile ni wale watu ambao wamebarikiwa sana.
Yes.
They have a lot of weight. So unapata akiona wengine mwili zao ziko hivi, utapata wanaenda labda zile operations ku reduce mwili. Akili yake, of course akili shaanza kuumia, kidhani I'm not beautiful enough. So already kama uko na zile doubt and your body image is bad, jinsi ambayo unajiangalia kama binadamu, unaanza kujishuku kama urembo wako ni halali, kama unafaa, like if your esteem pia inakuja inaumia. So hiyo maneno ya kupunguza uzito. Hata tu wanaume, watu wanataka kujenga misuli. So kama mwili imekataa, stress inaanza pale, na ni ile stress ambayo inaumiza watu sana. Hata some of these medical processes, kama ile unapata mwanamke anatumia dawa ya kujiongeza shape. Wakati mwingine pia it doesn't work. Kama work inakuja ina disfigure, inaharibu shape kabisa. Kuna mwanamke alikuwa na share story mali, alikuwa anasema alianza kujidunga shindano, ikafika wakati sasa mwili imezidi kabisa. Sasa huku nyuma panauma sana. So unapata hiyo pia inakuja inachangia sana katika hii magonjwa ya kiakili.
And to add on, hata nimeona there is a platform in Kenya wanachukua like they find the secret behind the social media, especially for young youth. Kuanzia high school there wanatafuta kind of stories, labda ni mtu amekuwa na depression, amekuwa na mental health issues. So wanamuuliza story behind, mtu anakuambia nilikuwa nakosa hiki nyumbani, nikaona social media yangu imefanikiwa, nikajiingiza katika mahusiano, nikakutana na mwanaume kafanya hivi, imenitesa mpaka sasa hivi, all that. So it means sisi vijana tunapitia mengi. Me what I want to advise you about, kushauri kama unasikiza kijana, unasikiza podcast hii ya Changamka na Vijana, believe in yourself. Jikubali, wewe ni mzuri, wewe ni smart, you are very clever. Jiamini, usiangalie mtu anafanya nini au ukasema umforo. Fanya kile unachotaka kufanya. Afu hii mambo vijana ambao hakika wanapenda kujihusisha na mwanaume mwenye pesa nyingi, utakuta unaenda mahali ambako siko na ikakuletea matatizo.
Let me just add something hapo. I think watu wanafaa kujua kuwa lacking, kukosa is not a sin, it's not a crime. Hauwezi kuwa na kila kitu.
And it's okay.
But not the issue, as long as you have your basic needs attended to. Uko na nyumba, kama wewe ni mtoto, you have a place to stay, that is shelter. Uko na mavazi, kama ni nzuri ama mbaya, bora uko na mavazi to cover your nakedness. And then uko na chakula, trust you me, uko sawa. Hizi zingine ni zile tu tunaitwa luxury. Of course. So usijistress sana ati hauna hizi vitu. I really think watu wanafaa kufikiria kwamba it's not hautakufa kama umekosa.
Yes.
Leo ni kwa mwingine, kesho itakuwa kwako. So watu wasijipatie ile stress na mawazo nyingi sana because of lacking luxury. Kama una basic needs, hizo ndo labda inaweza kusumbua sana, but kama uko nazo usijiumize sana juu ya social media first of all.
Yeah, that's true. Lakini tukirudi katika eneo jingine ambalo imekuwa ni dhana potofu, ni ile katika hali ya wewe kujitenga muda mrefu, like you want to be alone most of the time. Hii ni dhana potofu ambayo vijana wengi wamechukulia wasema it's normal. It's okay. I just want to be alone. Nataka kuwa mwenyewe. Mimi sipendi kuchanganyika. Ushasikia wale vijana wanakuambia mimi sipendi kuchanganyika. Afu mwa nadhani ushaikunyambia kitu kama hicho. Kwamba siji na huko kwenye mental is okay. So vijana wengi wanakuambia kwamba you know what, mimi sitaki kuwa na watu, napenda kuwa alone kisha ingia ndani kwangu nafunga mlango. But ukifanya uchunguzi wa yule mtu kuna symptoms zako nazo tayari. Yes.
I think it's very important for our listeners to understand this. Binadamu is a social being. Social being, I don't want to explain aje kwa Kiswahili. But huwezi kuwa peke yako. That's the truth. Kwa sababu hata kwa wale ambao wameamua mapenzi, love is not for them, they always find friendships strong. Hata wale ambao hawajaoa, utapata wako na mtu ambaye ako ndani sana kama rafiki.
Yeah.
So the idea ati wewe unataka kujiisolate kwa mwenyewe, trust you me, utaumia at the end of the day. You cannot have, like, huwezi process the whole world na wewe mwenyewe ujikeep ndani. Wakati mwingine ni bora ucheke na watu, ni bora ulie na watu, ni bora mtu akusikize nawe usikize watu. That's just how we are created. We are social beings. So the idea kwamba mimi nataka kujitenga, sidhani kama kuna binadamu ambaye anaweza ishi hivyo. Hata tu kwa wale waamini ama Adamu alikuwa pale Edeni mwenyewe, but God saw it wise akasema lazima mtu
akwe na mwenzake. Huko sahihi kabisa. And another thing, kuna hii another issue which is happening. Unakuta mtu una have issues za afya ya akili, kuna mambo unapitia, mtu anaamini kwamba nimevamiwa na mapepo. No. Okay, so okay to take action kwenye mambo ya kimungu, but sometimes jikague kwanza personally. Jiangalie symptoms zinaweza nikasaidia kuongea na mtu. Sometimes unajua ni vyema ongea na mtu ongea na mtu kwa sababu sengine okay unaogopa nitamwambia mtu atanionaje, but me I think sometimes inasaidia ukimpata mtu ambao hakujui wewe. Just hakujui. Then una express the way unavyojisikia. It may help. Lakini ukinyamaza kimya ukapambana kwenye ile maombi, telling sengine Mungu anasema tumia ile akili yako.
Watuulize wa Kenya, tumeona kitu imefanyika pale.
I'm telling you, okay, it's really scary and hiyo inauma sana hiki kitu kilitokea Kenya. And inatuonesha kwamba unajua hata kwenye kitabu takatifu imeandika kwamba ili neno linanitoka, lakini kuna mahali imeandika kwamba wanadamu wanaangamia kwa kukosa maarifa. Ina maana Mungu mwenyewe alijua kwamba kuna wakati kama mwanadamu unatakiwa utumie maarifa yako kuweka kitu sawa cha kimungu. Kwa wakati mwingine tunapokuwa rohoni, kumbuka wewe ni mwanadamu, lazima utumie maarifa ujenge. Sasa kama kule kilichotokea, na maana hapo kuna kutokutumia maarifa kama mwanadamu. So I think sometimes it's better find someone yule akuweza kuongea naye na hii itaweza kusaidia. Lakini tukitokana ile tukirudi katika point nyingine ambayo ni ya muhimu sana, unakuta wanafunzi ambao wako vyuo vikuu unafeli, you're getting a lot of retakes, unapata retakes kila siku. Unaona it's normal. Sisi nasoma mambo yaendi, una time, lakini kumbe kwa namna nyingine ni matatizo ya afya ya akili. Inakusababisha kufeli. Unakuta wakati mwingine unataka kusoma kwa sababu darasani labda umeshakuhesabia wewe ni feli ya mara kwa mara, lile neno linapokaa kwenye akili yako lina create that space ya kuto kujiamini, kuanza kuwaza mimi wanafeli mara kwa mara, mimi sifaulu, mimi sina akili, mimi siwezi kufanya hiki kitu. Unajua ile kitu unavyo create fear in you, unakuwa unasema negative things. Unajua maneno ya negative thing nayo yanapeleka kwenye tatizo la afya ya akili. So in certain how do you say about it?
First of all, mtu anafa I don't know, but like those who've never been to university, at times wanadhani tukiwa pale katika chuo vikuu ama vyuo vikuu ni kama tunacheza. But watu wakisema ati people are not equal, I think the only place that makes you realize that people are not equal in a university. Kuna jamaa nyumbani hajatumiwa pesa kwa sababu yule ni mwanafunzi bado. I don't know why people assume ati mtu akiwa katika chuo kikuu ni mtu ambaye anaweza jitegemea. Si lazima ikuwe hivyo. Kuna wale ambao wanabahatika kupata kazi wakiwa vyuo, but kuna wale ambao bado maisha haijajipa vile. So ana chakula, rafiki yako pale anakula vizuri, anakula tu hata unaona huwa anakula. Already unaanza kuhisi kwamba mbona mimi ndio maisha yananiweka hivi. Mwingine ako na nyumba kama ya 200,000, mwingine ako na nyumba kama ya 1,000,000. Pale hata of course kuna ile kitu ndani yako ambayo inaanza kufanya hizi unajiuliza, mbona maisha inanichanganya hivi na kwa wengine inafanyika vizuri. So at the end of the day unapata hata concentration. Akili yenyewe haiko katika darasa sana.
Yeah.
Na alafu pale unaanza kufail exams. Na unajua university pia ukifaili inamaanisha you have to do another. So inamaanisha like miaka zinasonga but unapata tu unarudi kufanya hizi mtihani.
Na unakuta wale ambao first year amerudia, second year amerudia, third year anyway ni wakurudia every time. That is not okay.
Na hata pia another thing also which is not necessarily bad. Kwenye university pia uko na freedom ya kujua kitu ambacho unapenda. Mzazi amekwambia lazima ufanye medicine G. Mtu anakuja na kuambia wewe ni mtangazaji mzuri, kuja kwenye redio. So pale uko shule unafanya hii medicine au roho hata iko pale unafanyia mzazi. At the end of the day hautapatia your all, unafeli. Lakini kipaji ambayo unaanza kugundua ni ya redio. So I think ile freedom pia imetusaidia kujua sisi ni nani kwenye university. But mtihani haitaki kujua hiyo. Mtihani inataka lazima upite. So unaanza kufeli, unaanza kujishuku katika maisha, stress, depression, anxiety, hizo zinaanza sasa kuja kwa akili. Yeah.
Okay, na tunapoendea katika pointi nyingine ya mwisho. Ziko pointi nyingi msikilizaji unatusikiliza katika podcast, zipo nyanja nyingi sana. Afya ya akili ili eneo limegawanyika sana. Na every time tunajifunza kwa sababu sisi ni wanadamu. Every time tunabadilika, kuna emotion part, kuna nini. Lakini tukirudi katika hili eneo la dhana potofu, kuna ile dhana potofu ambao imeingizwa sana pindi wazazi wanapopitia changamoto. Na sisi tunaona it's okay. Tunaona yes, Waafrika wakaiji na wake zao na waume zao ni ku break up, hawakai wote, divorce mara kwa mara, unaona it's normal. Okay, in certain ways not normal kwa sababu ina affect wale watoto. Na vijana wanaafektika zaidi. Na unaona ni kawaida, sema kawaida iko hivyo. Lakini ukikaa na yule mtoto au kijana, kuna namna anakuwa alivyokuwa kumepungua kutokana na mambo yanayotokea kifamilia. We are attached with this family. Kwa kuna mambo yakitokea tunasema it's okay but it's not okay. Kuna wengine wanasikia na kuambia hii ni kitu inaendelea kwa familia miaka na miaka so alafu anakuambia it's okay but in certain way inakuaffect wewe. Na hii inakuja kuaffect wewe, unakuwa na mawazo. Stress ni nyingi, unawaza hivi afu sasa inaingia kwa maisha yako. Na unasema it can happen like that.
Umesema kitu, umetumia word moja, umesema normal. Na ikanikumbusha I just don't understand why as Africans masaibu ambayo ina deal na emotions, hisia, huwa tunasema ni kawaida.
Can you imagine?
Like, imagine our emotional suffering do not always concern us. Mwanamke anapitia ile talaka, she's going through a divorce. But she's not even there to process. Hakai kujua maisha inaenda aje. Lazima atatoka aende kulima ama ataenda bank kufanya kazi. I mean, like, you're suffering. The truth is your emotions are suffering. Hisia zako zinaumia. So inamaanisha the whole narrative tunafaa kuzungumza zaidi and change this narrative. Tunafaa kujua kwamba if you are sick emotionally, of course hiyo ni ugonjwa ambayo inafaa pia kuangaliwa. Kwa sababu zile emotions ndio kama zinaanza kupata imbalance, hazijategemewa katika balance moja. Unapata sasa zinaanza kuendea kwenye akili, alafu maisha inaanza kukwama, magonjwa zile zinaanza kuingia. So kama I don't really tolerate that, and I will really advise that if uko na zile hisia ambazo zinakusumbua, mood swings ama nini, because hata katika magonjwa ya kiakili kuna moja inaitwa bipolar disorder. Inamaanisha unacheka, unalia, like your emotions are just extremes. Hujui wewe ni mtu mgani kikuja kwa moods zako.
Na nikija hapo msikilizaji unasikiza podcast, niko na Muhan hapa japo hakuweza kujitambulisha mbele lakini naweza nikakupa a little bit profile ya kwake. Huyu ni expert kwenye mambo ya mental health issues, awareness. Amekuwa akileta awareness kwa vijana baadhi, na nakumbuka mara ya kwanza nimekufahamu nilikufahamu kupitia hiyo position sana. So labda unaweza ukaielezea vizuri labda unajishughulisha na nini? It may be easy.
Okay, so jinsi G amesema, jina ni Mohan. So last year I was running an initiative inaitwa Jifahamu. So Jifahamu ilikuwa I'm a storyteller. So kama the easiest way nilikuja nikarealize the easiest way to spread ideas ni kutumia stories. Like as a human being we easily process using stories. Kama you're a Bible ama wewe ni muumini utapata Jesus alikuwa anafunza kutumia parables. Zile ni stories. Quran vile. So tunapata kwamba so nikaanzisha hii project. The initiative was just to create awareness through stories. So ilikuwa kuandika stories, kushare na watu ambao nilikuwa nawapatana nao, hasa wale ambao wako high schools ama primary schools. And nilikuja tu nikarealize ukifunza kwa kutumia stories inakuwa rahisi sana mtu kuopen up na kuzungumza. Because even our lives the lives we live ni stories tu. Leo unapitia hii experience inakuwa historia ama story kwako hivyo. So the awareness is really important for me just because tunataka kutoa hii idea kwamba mental health in this part of Africa ni ile kitu ambayo haijatufikia bado. Unajua kuna watu wanasema kwamba tuko na mashida nyingi ambayo you just have to be strong. Like maisha ni ngumu, hauna namna, ni kuwa tu mwenye nguvu. And that's the thing yenye tunajaribu kutoa
na mtu mwingine akasema jamani sometimes maneno mengi mtu mwingine akasema hii matatizo ya mental health issues it's for white people not for Africa. So and that is not true. Wote tuko sawa, we face the same issue. Wale sio kwamba ni binadamu wa tofauti, no, we are the same. So tuna face same issues. Msikilizaji, tunapoelekea kabisa ukingoni hapa, labda Mohan anaweza kusema hii sehemu ni pana, na msikilizaji endelea kusikiliza episode zingine ili tuendelee kufahamu mengi zaidi kwa habari ya afya ya akili, that is mental health issues, tuweze kufahamu mengi zaidi. So Mohan, nirudi labda tunaporudi hapa katika kuhitimisha mada hii. Na ni dhana potofu ya afya ya akili kwa vijana Afrika Mashariki. Wewe kitu gani ambacho unaweza kuongelea hii? Tunaondoaje hii hali? Maana hapa we are trying to look for a solution. Tunaondoaje hii hali hasa sisi vijana?
Asante sana kwa hilo swali. First of all, like what we are doing right now, kitu ambacho tunafanya sasa kuzungumza inafanya ile awareness inakuwepo. What am I saying? Tuanze zile conversations. Ongea na mama, muulize tu story, because even in our families these are things
we never talk about it.
Exactly. And even with being an advocate of mental health ama kuwa mtaalam katika hizi maneno za magonjwa ya kiakili, it doesn't mean that you have answers. Wewe mwenyewe umekubali kwamba hili ni subject ambayo it's very broad, ni pana sana. So but one way of dealing with these issues, just listening. Mtu akikuja tu anakuambia maisha yanakuwa hivi na hivi, tega tu masikio, yeye kuongea. Kwa kizungu wanasema sharing is caring. Vile tu kuongea inapunguza zile vitu ambazo zinamoverwhelm ndani. So normalize such conversations. That's one thing that I would really advise. And secondly, organizations nyingi sana coming up with programs to help ama to attend to mental health issues. Some organizations are doing it so good yenye hata ukianza kuwa na hizi matatizo za vitu kama depressions, you are always given leave. Kuna pia zile non-profits ambazo wako na hotlines, namba zao za simu ziko pale, so just reach out for help. Na jinsi pia ulisema, si lazima tukue marafiki ndio uniambie shida zako ama kitu ambayo unapitia. Tunaweza kuwa pia we are strangers, but hauwezi kuwa unakufa juu utaki kuongea. Just make an attempt, zungumza. Helping in a way helps. It's therapeutic. But pia tunaweza sema just find what you love. Like in a way inakudistract, inakutoa katika yale mawazo. Kisha unakuja unapata unajijenga tena kiakili. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Okay, na mimi msikilizaji, umesikiliza, ni maneno mazuri mazito ambayo pia yanakuelimisha na kujifunza kupitia kwa Mohan. Na mimi kwangu ambayo naweza kaongezea ni kwamba usiogope kusema and it's okay that you're not okay. Accept that and find a solution way out, speaking to someone. Lakini pia another thing, find what you love, ambao hiyo itakusaidia kama ulivyosema, itakusaidia wewe kutoka katika na ile hali. And another thing, my advice, ningeomba kama unatusikiliza wewe una organization au una initiative yoyote ile ambayo unaweza, ambayo inajikita katika kusaidia vijana katika afya akili better. Kwa sababu utafiti unaonesha wagonjwa wa afya akili sasa hivi wamekuwa wengi sana hapa nchini Uganda, na hili linaonyesha kwamba sekta nyingi binafsi zinatakiwa kujikita katika ile eneo kusaidia watu. Mimi sina la ziada. Hapa ndio nimefika tamati ya Changamka na Vijana Show Podcast. Nilikuwa na Mohan, tumejadili mengi kuhusiana na udhana potofu ya afya ya akili, na naamini kuna kitu umejifunza. Naweza kusema si niseme nini Mohan, lakini niambia I think we shall have kitu cha kuongezea cha mwisho hapa. Maybe wanahitaji kutufollow kwenye another episode, na katika episode hii utajua mengi zaidi. Na ulikuwa na mimi Glory Joy,
Akal Mohan.
Kweli.
The D-Bank Fact Checking Show.
Oh my God. Yo, King Konga Zawi, Tori Bakatawi from Kampala to Malawi, Tukuba Dam film. We can provide only just to be able to make it far. Yeah. Tebiari yangu yo mokotarika, but we wanted to be somebody, with the money. Ngaba kutu mato bongo bafe wezera. Street smart area nyamu tuyita, but we have that bigger budget, and bigger budget needs bigger money. So we are down, and we pray. Got to someone and we'll come out to Yambe. We make it someday. See where we are now, and the people can see we. Please come see we. We've come from fire. Now see what we are. Tell the people come see we. Please come see we. We've come from fire. Now see what we are.
Man, I come from UK, na take a wempe bombo road. Story and the pamfu wane kabya na maziga. Okutuka went to the castle, can never say jaja god. Never santi sapo one, no matter what, I never get it. Kira na riyala, kira na siva kenjala. Wejo na jayenjala, nentandi kamporo kora. Wanda banga kubala, bamuwalo woza ndifala. Wejo gerero, bulamu, wachuka karanti dala. Kisanyala, nyumirwa, sasurwa. Katifuna yo muwogo, maka strappo sidogo. People show me love everywhere I go. Shining on a chain, muburago. Ni mukongola ye hobby. Mira obi wange dobi. Don't you twala movie na kola nyo sapa ruby. Right now, inspire all the beats like Bobby. All the beats like Bobby.
Come see we. Please come see we. See where we are. Look what we are. Tell the people come see we. Please come see we. See where we are. Look what we are. Ngaba kutu mato bongo bafe wezera. Street smart area nyamu tuyita, but we have that bigger budget, and bigger budget needs bigger money. So we are down, and we pray. Got to someone and we'll come.
We make it someday. See where we are now. People can see we. Ladies and gentlemen, at just 2 minutes, it's 3 minutes past the top of the hour of 2 p.m. We are live on MCI Radio. My name is Matthew Karuhanga, and of course, it is a very beautiful day right here in Kampala, Uganda, at the MCI Media Hub. This is the D-Bank Podcast, and of course, we are live. We air every Friday from 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. We got you and giving you all on each and everything. This product is a proud product of Debunk Media Initiative. Now, what Debunk Media Initiative does is that we fact-check misinformation and fake news. We don't only do that, we train various people in fact-checking misinformation and fake news. This show really is one of those shows that you just have to listen to and get each and everything that is right. We are tired of misinformation going on social media and the different social media platforms. Remember, this is the MCI Radio. We have a couple of things for you, but I am not alone in studios. I am with a lady who's donning on a white Debunk Media Initiative t-shirt. She is the CEO of Debunk Media Initiative. She's going to be telling us what is happening in their organization and, of course, what are the facts that they have for us. My name is Edgar Matthew Karuhanga, for those who do not know me, and this is the Debunk Podcast happening today. It's quite sunny right here in Kampala, Uganda, so if you are anywhere, just get yourself an open t-shirt. Don't wear those jumpers because, man, you're going to be blazing in Kampala today. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the lady herself. I call her Miss CEO, Miss Mario Napia. Welcome to the Debunk Podcast, Mario.
Thanks, Edgar. It feels nice just, like having that song play and then this energy that's coming in.
Those are sounds of Azawi and Fik for me.
I can imagine. I don't know what the concert is going to look like today, but let's wait and see. Marina Pio, as Edgar's mentioned, currently a fact checker and CEO at the Debunk Media Initiative. What Debunk does is that we are creating a world where people receive factual information in real time. It is very important that young people like ourselves understand the impact of fake news and misinformation and what that can do to a particular individual, community, or even to an entire nation. And that's why such spaces are really very important, because we get to give you the factual
But generally, what is really happening, Mario, at the Debunk Media Initiative? I'm seeing new t-shirts and I'm seeing...
a lot is happening. A lot is happening. The team is incredibly putting the brand out there. We want each person to know that when you're speaking about fact-checking misinformation in Uganda, you go nowhere else besides here at the MCI Media Hub and specifically in the Debunk Media Initiative office. We are producing the Debunk video fact-checking show. If you are at the MCI Hub, you can actually see our producer seated somewhere there.
I can see
working
her.
on, she is definitely really editing the videos. Our other fact checkers, Bella and then Regan, are really busy doing the audio fact checks, the fact cards, and so forth. So clearly, there is a lot happening.
Okay, just for someone who's just tuning in for their first time at MCI Radio, who want to know what exactly does Debunk Media Initiative do? Apart from producing those fact-checking videos, are there other products, Mrs. CEO, that maybe Debunk Media Initiative has and people should actually know about?
Great. So I've come to the studio today wearing the hat of a debunker. But I want to also...
You double as a CEO.
Yes, but now let me wear the hat of a CEO.
You're starting those things of Museveni. I'm a soldier. Okay, continue. Continue.
So wearing the hat of a CEO, Debunk Media Initiative is a non-profit organization that has been founded by very amazing, talented, passionate young journalists who envision a world where every person, wherever they are, regardless of where they are, they receive factual information. We have a number of products, including the Debunk bot, which is basically a WhatsApp number that you get to add on your phone, and you're able to give us, the fact checkers, the misinformation, and we bank it to, for you, like in real time. We do also conduct fact-checking trainings. In fact, we were in Makerere University last week.
Yay!
It was so fun.
I was actually there as well. It was fun, hilarious, working with young people who who appreciate what factual information can do, and it was really, really amazing.
It was so good. So we were just really trying to understand, would the university community embrace such an application or such a software like the
Debunk board.
The Debunk board. And what was so incredible was the fact that not only did the students want it, the lecturers were like, can you come back tomorrow and train other schools and train other classes?
All right.
So there's a lot really going on. We also have the Debunk fact cards, which are basically audiograms that are being shared on our different social media platforms. And I just really want to say kudos to Bella Twine.
Yeah.
She's really doing
our head
an
of comms
job.
All right.
There's just so much going on. We also have the video shows, like I've mentioned, and also the podcast, which I am so
privileged.
Looking forward to see you hosting this.
And I'm already hosting it now. Let me take back my microphone.
Absolutely.
Just
back to you, Edgar.
9 minutes past 2 p.m. Remember, this show goes up to 2:30 p.m. East African time. So it's time we're going in for the top trends of the week. Let's go.
The D-Bank Fact Checking Show.
All right. Thank you so much for everybody who's tuned in right about now. And let's go in for the top trends of the week. We had a couple of stories that have been trending. Some have been false. Others have actually been right. A lot of information going on our different social media platforms. Now, I'm going to pick the mind of my CEO, who that was as a debunker today. And we just talk about what has been trending this week. First of all, the trends, Miss Marion, if you didn't know, we had the Sorority East by-elections that are happening very, very soon right here. And the different social media narratives that were going on Twitter, people were saying the race is between two candidates. Mike Mukula, who that was as, the regional coordinator for NRM in the eastern part of Uganda, and the president of the Forum for Democratic Change, or FDC party, who is Patrick Amuriataboy. Many people like to call him.
Oh, yeah, we remember
Power.
him for removing
For the shoes. He did remove shoes, Marion. It's actually police that took his shoes, and he dubbed it as a style throughout the campaign. Though unfortunately, him not wearing shoes and him just 200,000 votes all over the country. But that is not the topic of the day. Let's talk about what people were actually saying. They're saying that this thing is between this gentleman, Patrick Amuriataboy, and Mike Mukula, which was actually so wrong. The new candidates, or the real genuine candidates in the Sorority East elections, are Herbert Ariko, who is from the National Resistance Movement. We have Atan Okia Moses, who is from the Forum for Democratic Change, and Amuriat Pasco, who is from UPC.
Oh, it's not Amuriat, the president.
It's not the FDC president. When you say president.
Okay, the FDC president.
Yep.
Right.
So it was actually false.
Okay, so I see. So people literally just confused the name.
Yes. Oh. And they asserted, and they doctored a tweet that looked like there was a feud between Mike Mukula and Patrick Amuriataboy, one saying that I don't want to use those statements because they are derogatory in nature. So, but those are that is the right information. I beg your pardon. It is Herbert Ariko from the National Resistance Movement, Atan Okia Moses from FDC, and Amuriat Pasco. Now let's go to the second trend, Maria, if you may. Mm-hmm. The second trend is one that is really, really not surprising, but surprising to many. Not to me. No, but Mao, the deputy. No, in fact, he's not the deputy. He is the president of the Democratic Party, DP. This gentleman, as you're speaking, he is yellow.
Is he yellow? Because I saw a social media post where there was a banana, a branch of bananas, which were both green and yellow, and also him here, green and yellow. So is he like yellow?
They used to call him a pumpkin, that he's green outside, but inside he's yellow. But officially,
is he now like really
he's now a banana. He's yellow. No, but Mao, he's now the new president of, the new minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in Uganda, a position that has been vacant for a full year now. I'm just saying, the president has been waiting for Norbert Mao for all that long. Patience.
Was he?
I don't know, because I feel like Museveni intentionally did not designate anybody as the Minister of Constitutional Affairs for the last full year. And then many people are asking themselves, who is going to become our new minister? Recently it was Kahindo Tafire, but when he was changed to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we saw the Constitution and Justice Ministry actually blank for a full year. A year down the road, we have Norbert Mao. Norbert Mao is a lawyer, by the way, by profession. And
he's very smart.
He has been in the politics of this country for a long time. I think he has been the DP president from 2010 to 2022. He has been patient for 12 years. He now crosses to the big boys.
A quick question, Edgar. What happened to the Green Party?
I don't know, because it actually, just for emphasis, they signed a cooperation agreement with NRM. So we are now to Oh, Jesus Christ. That is what is happening,
Maybe,
man.
Edgar, just for clarity, this is not a political show.
But we're giving people facts. Yeah, so right now, for everybody who's listening from the entire globe.
Yeah, who's the Minister of?
Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs is Norbert Mao from Gulu.
And that's a fact.
A man who has been opposing the president for a long time, man. I don't know. Every time, every person that meets the president comes out wowing. That is the second trend of the week. Now, let's go to the last trend before we go for a short commercial break, Miss Marion. One is, what is happening today? Guess what? Azawi is dropping a concert.
Absolutely.
Man, Azawi has been throwing bangers for a long time now, and not many people have been appreciating her, but Swangs Avenue is behind this particular concert. Absolutely. It's happening today, the 22nd of July 2022 at Lugogo Grounds. So guys, catch your ticket at 50,000, and I think it's 50,000 that is for ordinary, 100,000 for VIP, and 2.5 million for the big CEOs like Marion. A table of 8 at 2.5 million.
I mean, I'll be representing if the bank is clearly.
But a table has 8 people. You take the whole team. You pay 2.5 and take the whole team, Mario.
Most definitely.
What is your take on Azawi's transition, how she has really been doing music over time?
I mean, looking at the many songs like Slow Dancing, Party Mood, Maya, Maje, and then Quinomino, you get to realize that this is something so good. Okay. It is not just like Ugandan or, particular Central or Eastern kind of like audience that is following. This is some kind of music that young people ourselves really love to, vibe with and dance. I literally have a TikTok video where I'm dancing. So definitely, absolutely. For many young people in Uganda who are hustlers, people who are really hardworking and they're putting in all the time and energy to build initiatives and innovations and do creative work. Such songs are really so motivating and inspiring, and I think that I hope that concert does so well today.
Of course, it will do so well today. Just 15 minutes past 2 p.m. It's time we go in for a short commercial break. When we come back, we start to tell you the different products, the fact checks that the D-Bank Media Initiative has for you. My name is Edgar. Let's go for a short commercial break. We shall be right back.
Be right back.
The D-Bank Fact Checking Show.
Have you heard, read, seen information and you weren't sure about it? Is it a Facebook post, TikTok video, news article or audio content? Look no further for the facts. We've got you covered. The D-Bank brings you all the facts on Uganda's first ever fact-checking show, clearly verified and investigated with detail and well-researched experts' analysis for you to make the right decision. Tune into MCI Radio every Friday at 2 p.m. for our audio fact checks and on our socials at The D-Bank Show every Monday at 11 a.m. for our video fact checks. The D-Bank Show. Stay verified.
Produces a podcast every Friday from 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. So, guys, do tune in. Thank you so much for always listening in at MCI Radio from wherever you're listening from. People who are listening from as far as the United States to Africa, and those people who are in the Pearl of Africa, that is in Kampala right here, where a lot of drama is always happening. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Edgar Matthew Karuhanga. I am the lead fact checker and, of course, a debunker with D-Bank Media Initiative. And, of course, I help in training people in identifying misinformation and fake news. Now it's time we delve into the discussion of the facts. Marion, what do you have for us today?
So this week, I personally, as the debunker, worked on a fact check that was looking into the fact whether Kiswahili is the official language of Uganda. And we really did a lot of research and understood that there's been a misunderstanding and misconception around which is the official language of Uganda. This has not only been confused as the official language, but many have also confused Luganda to be the national language of Uganda.
What's the difference?
I mean, an official language, and this is why debunking is interesting. You get to really learn a lot of things that you did not know. But the difference is an official language is one that has been passed by law. It has to go through a certain precedent in Parliament, and it has to be officiated by the Parliament of Uganda.
Yes, please.
A national language whatsoever is one that is affiliated to the indigenous communities of a country and also has to be communicated.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word. So you cannot say Luganda, for example, is an official language in Uganda if it has not yet been passed by law.
Okay.
Now, so many things that we learned was that whereas in 2005, they proposed that Kiswahili should be the official language in Uganda, it was just a proposed constitutional amendment.
It was not really amended.
No.
People proposed that let's use
proposed.
Kiswahili. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah.
So because they proposed that Kiswahili could be an official language of Uganda, many media organizations, individuals, authorities, even people, tourists that come to visit think Kiswahili is our official language. Others even, because it was proposed that please replace Article 6 of the Constitution and say that Section 2 is, Article 6.
Subsection 2.
Subsection 2 should be Kiswahili is the second official language.
Okay.
So because it was proposed, many people believe Uganda has two
Official languages. Okay.
And on this particular fact, podcast, we want to say, no.
Okay.
Uganda has one official language, and that is English.
All right, and maybe lastly, before we listen to that fact check, who was behind, giving you the credible information? Who is that awesome person who's educating Ugandans that they should know about?
Thank you so much, Edgar. One of the things that we do as the bank is to engage with particular experts that have authority on a particular subject. And so we journeyed together. I think I was with you as well.
Of course. You're stuck with me.
We went to Makerere University and had a conversation with linguistic experts.
Yes.
One of the interesting individuals we met was the Dean, School of Languages, Literature and Communication. This is Dr. Sauda Namyalo.
Yeah.
And Dr. Sauda said, thank you, young people, for what you're doing, but let me educate you.
Yes,
even
please.
Amin Dada tried to pass a decree
Okay.
to make Kiswahili a national language, an official language.
Yes,
but the decree didn't pass.
He failed. And he really failed at many things. Marion, I think we just have a few minutes from now. Let's delve into the fact check. Now, the question is Kiswahili the national language and the official language of Uganda? Let's get the answers.
So Edgar, maybe before we play that, I was also thinking, many people continue to confuse Luganda to be the national language.
Yeah, by the way.
I just kind of feel like Uganda has no national language.
Yes.
So let's stop confusing ourselves and just know that whereas about 11 to 20 million people in Uganda speak the language, it is not the national language of Uganda.
Give people the facts.
The Debunk Fact Checking Show clarifies facts from myths and misinformation in real time.
Is Kiswahili an official language in Uganda? As of 2022, it is not. There was a proposal to amend Article 6 of the 1995 Constitution in 2005 and add Kiswahili as the second official language of Uganda, but it was not passed by law. This means Kiswahili is just a proposed second national language in Uganda and has not yet been officiated by the parliament. So, members of the 11th Parliament of Uganda cannot submit a resolution to the floor of parliament in Kiswahili. Therefore, Kiswahili is not the official language of the country. English is the official language of Uganda.
For more of these facts, follow The Debunk Show on various social media platforms or add the Debunk bot number +256 771 222 159 on WhatsApp to verify any misinformation that pops up on your screen. The Debunk Show. Stay verified.
The Debunk Show. Stay verified. We give you all the facts on anything and everything. Now, you have that question answered. Kiswahili is not the official language of Uganda. The official language of Uganda is English. Now, Marion, let's delve into another fact check that was done by a gentleman called Regan Chimba. Now, Regan Chimba is a fact checker at Debunk Media Initiative, and of course, he's the head of operations at that particular place. And he was asking himself, is taking vitamin C recommended for abortion? Now, Regan Chimba delves into this discussion to tell us more. What are the facts? Many people have been saying that you can use vitamin C to actually do an abortion. I don't know what the facts are, but here are the facts.
The D-Bank Fact Checking Show.
Is taking vitamin C recommended for abortion? A Facebook user claimed that taking 600 milligrams of vitamin C per day is the safest herbal abortion method for people without abortion rights. According to World Health Organization, around 45% of all abortions are unsafe, of which 97% take place in developing countries. We speak to Dr. Othniel Musana, a gynecologist at North Park Specialist Hospital, to do this fact check. Is this true or false?
Vitamin C is not a known method for terminating pregnancy, and that would be what is then called an unsafe abortion. So people should not seek to use the vitamin C unless they want to poison themselves. We normally call it hypervitaminosis.
Seek medical advice from professional doctors in case you have abortion rights for recommended legal and safe methods of abortion. For more information about this fact check out the Debunk Media Initiative YouTube channel and stay verified.
The Debunk Fact Checking Show clarifies facts from myths and...
Oh, thank you so much, Regan Chimba, fact checker with Debunk Media Initiative. Now, it is actually false that you can use vitamin C to actually commit an abortion. Is it committing or carrying out an abortion? Yeah, committing is actually when it's legal, it's illegal. So when it's legal, that means you are carrying out an abortion. So it is unsafe for you to use vitamin C to carry out an abortion. What do you think about that, Mario?
I think many young people, especially young women, have been misled about what particular safer ways they can abort. There've been a lot of misinformation around safe sex, safe pregnancies and so forth. So this is the time when we get to embrace factual information and know that circumstances happen, and if, for instance, a young girl needs to choose between her life and an unborn baby, what would be safer for them? So, yeah, I guess this is the time for us to really have the conversation and actually share factual information.
Right, it is what it is. At just 25 minutes past the top of the hour, we have 5 minutes to get out of this place. But before we do that,
one last mega fact check.
I need like a grand applause. Is Uganda a middle-income country? And now President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni came out on the 7th of June 2022 to say that Uganda is now a middle-income country, something that many people were so happy about. Uganda is middle-income country now, it's a middle-income status country. But the question came out when World Bank contradicted with the latter. World Bank, who is the designated authority to carry out, to authorize any country as middle income, came out to disagree and say, hey, President Museveni, the door is not yet open for you in the middle income team. So President Museveni has still been backed up by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, came out to say that it is actually true that Uganda is middle income status. And I did a fact check on this particular claim, and I got you each and everything you needed to know about what really, entails a country that has a middle income status. Now, listen to this. When we come back, I'm going to give you the details, but here is the fact check. Is Uganda a middle income country?
The Debunk Fact Checking Show.
The president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, recently claimed that Uganda had reached middle income status based on UBOS statistics. The World Bank disagreed with the latter, asserting that Uganda isn't there, at least for now. First, a president does not have the mandate to declare his or her country as middle income. The World Bank is the only authorized entity to do that. Secondly, the approach used by the president to declare Uganda as middle income is misleading. The GDP per capita method isolates Ugandans in the diaspora and their businesses, yet the World Bank formula of GNI per capita is an all-inclusive method, covering even Ugandans in diaspora. According to the World Bank, Uganda's GDP per capita is at $858.1 for the financial year 2021-2022. This means that we haven't reached the $1,036 mark that is needed for any country to qualify as a middle-income country.
The Debunk Fact Checking Show clarifies facts from myths and misinformation.
All right. Yeah, now those are the facts. Now, the first thing, Uganda is not yet a middle-income country. Why? The first reason is that the World Bank is the only person that can, any authority that can declare Uganda to be a middle-income country. And there are very many variables involved. There is the gold standards. There is, the income inequalities that are happening around. There is the debt burden that Uganda has. When you put all these things in perspective, it does not resonate. Because for any country to be said that they are a middle-income country, that means each individual in that country must be getting between $1,036 to $4,000 per month. Oh, that is actually their remuneration. In Uganda today, when you look through the people, people are already crying. And then when you... Why is Marion laughing?
Because I see you create a picture of we are not earning enough.
Yeah, Ugandans are not getting $1,000. $1,000 is approximately 3.5 million.
How much are you earning?
If you see in Uganda, I'm literally meaning for the benefit of our online audience that I'm not yet getting that money, but soon we shall be getting that money. Now, Uganda is not a middle-income country. Uganda will only be declared middle income if each and every individual at least gets $1,036 per month to $4,000. Now, remember, there are two classes of middle income. There is the lower middle income country, which are those that are supposed to get, that have money between $1,036 to $4,000 per month. And the upper middle income countries, those are the countries that get, where individuals get between $4,000 to $12,000 at the end of the day.
There's a lot of mathematics here. But Edgar, just to put into concept, how can my grandmother understand GDP?
All right, now GDP is those are just technical languages, but GDP are the amount of goods and services produced by a country divided by the entire population of the country. Now, what I mean is that when you add the money that Uganda has in terms of goods and services, everything, and you divide by the total number of people, that means you're getting the GDP. Now, when you get Uganda's population, which is approximately, let me say, 43 million, which was actually the number that was used by President Museveni, and you added the total goods, which are $45 billion, then when you divide, you would get 1,046. So President Museveni would actually be right. But when you use a method that is used by the World Bank, which is the gross national income, divide by population, that means you add every good and service by every Ugandan, not only in Uganda, but even outside Uganda. So when you divide, which is what the World Bank used, because I'm saying I don't even have time, it's going, World Bank used the GNI per capita, which means they added the money that is got by each Ugandan, wherever they are, whether in Australia, India, anywhere, and they divide it by the entire population, which makes it 48 million. Guys, time is going at just 30 minutes. Yeah,
just Marion? A quick one. If you're listening to this D-Bank podcast right now, kindly add the D-Bank boat number, which is 0771 222 159. It is very important.
Repeat it, Marion.
Plus 256 77 12 22 19 15 and 9. Sorry, let me read it again. Plus 256 771 222 159. It is very important that you engage with the fact checkers at Debunk Show, and then we get to debunk the misinformation.
All right, Marion, your parting shots in just 10 seconds.
Just stop sharing misinformation.
Wow, that is a very beautiful parting shot. That was Marion Apio, who is the CEO Debunk Media Initiative and also the fact checker with Debunk Media Initiative. Thank you so much, Marion, for making it today. A special shout out to Bella Twine, who is our head of comms, and she has been live. Thank you so much for tuning in, Twine. And of course, Regan Chimba, who is our head of operations. Thank you so much for everything you do for the team. Rookie, thank you so much. And of course, to our dear listeners, thank you so much for tuning in. Keep it locked on MCI Radio. We shall be back next Friday at 2 p.m. Same time, same station. My name is Edgar. Before we go, these are sounds of Azawi. The name of the song is Maje, featuring Fameka. Tonight, we're going to Lugogo Grounds, where it is going to be going down. Azawi throwing his first major concert. From the rest of the team, enjoy your afternoon.
And stay verified.
From Kampala to Malawi, tukuba dance. Come from far, so much to be about to make it far. Yeah. Teniari yangu eyo mokotarika, but we wanted to be somebody.
Welcome to Hashtime with Nabuguzi Chwanuka. This is the place where we help you unravel social constructs, discuss self-development in line with mental health, and everything in between that directly or indirectly affects us in the millennial world around us. If you're hearing my voice for the first time and are the kind of person who is not scared of being a better version of yourself, even if it requires you to contradict who you were 24 hours ago, consider this your virtual home. I am your host, Nabuguzi Chiwanuka, a lawyer, founder, team lead of Equate Foundation, an addict and lover of insightful conversations, and a professional unraveler of social constructs. Today, I am in conversation with the godfather of Afro-masculinity and a trauma therapist, Onyango Otieno. He has dedicated himself to unraveling social constructs, and on this episode, he talks about where the unraveler in him started and so much more that you don't want to miss. So let's get into it. Hi, Onyango.
Hi, Nabuguzi.
The carefulness with which you said it. You did well. Welcome to Hashtime with Nabuguzi Chiwanuka.
Thank you for hosting me.
Okay, so with me today is Onyango Otieno, Rick's poet, trauma therapist. What else? Afro-masculinity pioneer, right? Please introduce yourself to our listeners.
My name is Onyango Otieno. Mm-hmm. I am a Luo from Kenya.
Okay.
Some people like to call it River Lake Nilot.
Mm-hmm.
My ancestors came from South Sudan.
Okay.
And I am a Kenyan by birth. I am the firstborn of the children in my family.
Yeah.
I'm a poet. I'm a writer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a trauma therapist, as you very wittingly know.
Yeah.
I operate a safe space for sexually abused boys and men.
Mm-hmm.
I operate a podcast called the Afro-Masculinity Podcast,
yeah,
in which I interrogate the complexities of African masculinities.
Mm-hmm.
I am a digital advocacy trainer. I support organizations and individuals who are into digital advocacy,
yeah,
to help them develop effective digital advocacy mechanisms or methods for their work.
Yeah.
What else do I do?
There's so much of you.
I'm a rapper and I'm a singer. I write music, perform music.
Yeah.
I am a friend. What else? I think that's pretty much it.
Right.
Yeah, the rest of this other stuff, they're unofficial. Yeah, we'll do
unofficial.
that for now. Yes.
So what did you want to be while growing up?
Many things.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in what you would call P6,
right?
So primary 6 in Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
I remember one time my father asked me what I wanted to become, and I said I want to become a member of parliament.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the reason for that was I had just moved to a school where I was studying with children of these big people.
Right.
And it was just interesting seeing their lives, like seeing somebody being dropped to school with their own car. Like, it was my first time to really see how serious things like having snacks for break was. Like, I was not used to that kind of thing. Like, carrying juice and crisps to school. I didn't know that stuff.
Okay.
You know? That wasn't my family. So just seeing those kind of things, and then all of a sudden, like, the MP you see on TV is coming to school to drop their child, or they're coming to class to see the class teachers, like, oh, this is Mr. So-and-so.
Yeah.
You know, and you would never see that kind of stuff in some random public school somewhere, you know? So that kind of made me feel, and then members of parliament were really powerful people those days in Kenya, as opposed to now. So that was one time. And then I also wanted to be a footballer. I was very good in football. In fact, I thought I'd be a professional footballer.
Yeah.
But my parents, especially fathers in securities, was like, now football ain't gonna work for you, boy.
Yeah.
You gotta read. And so, in fact, I only actively played football last in school when I was in my Form 6 in Uganda. And that's now 10 years ago plus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then after that, I wanted to become a journalist. In my teenage life, that's the time I was coming to birth. I was getting to know my writing skills, and I had a very, very good, sexy handwriting. It still is there. Thanks for shutting your eyes.
Oh my goodness.
Writing.
I think you can do your vanity elsewhere.
No, this is my moment.
We don't. Okay.
I don't brag every day.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I've always trusted you're very understanding.
That's manipulating.
So I wanted to become a journalist.
Yeah.
And then that dream didn't come forth because I had to drop out of school, campus. And then I became an artist after that.
Yeah.
So I let life be. It's a long story in between that, but I just let life be. And so I became all these things.
Okay. You talked about how you wanted to be an MP, and talked about how those people were powerful. You wanted to be powerful.
Powerful wasn't a thing. That's not what I saw at 12, 13 years old. It was exciting. It was just exciting. The fact that I could see these people on TV and see them in real life.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's almost like, like we grew up, news was very important in our families.
Yeah.
And the whole world would stop and everybody was watching news at 7, watching news at 9.
Yeah.
And so politics was almost like 3/4 of news. And these people's names were just being everywhere, and then you see them in school. That's a big deal. That's a big deal to a child, right? And then their children were my friends all of a sudden.
I know that guy.
Yeah, I want to be like your dad. He's on TV, and then I see him, and then the kids had these cool things, man. Cool shoes, cool English, cool everything.
And you wanted to give that to your kids as well?
No, I didn't have that.
You didn't have it?
I didn't have that. So sometimes they would share the snacks with me, and then I remember my mother, because my dad wasn't so much into you don't have break snacks, so I'm gonna take care of this like that. But my mom was so much she was really present with that. She's like, yeah, she'd try putting some juice and some snacks for me.
Yeah.
But for most times, guys would just share it with me. Yeah, so in my brain, it was like your parents are doing this for you as well. It would be great to be them.
Yeah.
So it's just those little small things. It wasn't really about power.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of things that you have listed. I can't even keep track. So much. Football, journalism, MP, and etc.
Yeah.
You're none of the above.
Well,
right now,
in one way or another, I think differently about those things now. I think we've been brought up to think you can only be one thing in your life.
Yeah.
But I've always been a lot. From such a young age, I've always been a lot. I want to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Because I'm multi-gifted.
Yeah.
And I was good with football, I was good with writing, and then later I discovered I was also good with public speaking. I'm good with people.
Yeah.
But the world is telling me you have to choose one thing.
Yeah, what do you want to be?
So
and it has to be one.
Yeah, and that's the question we ask kids all the time. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be many things. I am many things, right? So it's not that I'm not necessarily those things.
Yeah.
If I was to think about MPs, I'm a leader in my own respect today. If I was to think about football,
yeah,
I still play football, just not as actively as I used to. No, even physically. Physically.
Yeah.
But then, even for football, it wasn't just about the sport. It was about the feeling it brings, right? In fact, for me, I tell people football parented me, because it's through football that I learned teamwork.
Yeah.
That I learned patience. That I learned determination. That I learned discipline. Right? Because you have to respect other players. You have to respect your teammates. It's through football that I learned football and athletics, actually, because I used to do like short distance running. Stamina, you have to, it's very mental, like you have to work with your brain to know this is what you want to get out of this situation. So it also gave me situational awareness. So it wasn't just about kicking the ball for me. It was about creativity. You have to create a goal. You have to create passes. You have to create formation. So I used to have this book. It was like it was an exercise book. This is in primary school, even in high school, because I was like captain of my class. And then, so in football, we have different formations for playing.
Okay.
Yeah. So every team has its own formation. And because not everybody was good like that in football in our classes, I'd figure out who is strong for what position.
Yeah.
And I'd draw those things, like I'd go to draw like the pitch and say, this is the formation we're going to use, and arrange this guy here, arrange this guy. I really, really enjoyed that stuff. And I was blessed to have people who are very cooperative, and they liked me, and they're like, yeah, we're going to do what you say. Because I was good at my shit, Yeah. And I think that is part of creativity as well. So I think I still have that to date. What else have you mentioned? Journalism,
the podcast.
With journalism,
Awareness.
what I realized is it's the storytelling, right? And how I discovered I want to be a journalist, I had been expelled from school. I was 16 years old.
Yeah.
And I had been expelled from some school at Form 2. And I was at home doing nothing. And my dad was like, yo, I'm going to bring you this textbook and you're going to be teaching yourself about mitochondria. I don't want, how do you teach yourself biology? That chemistry at home? Ain't going to happen.
I feel like biology is easier.
For you, man, I didn't like sciences that much. Those things weren't enjoyable to me. I wanted to read stories all the time. In fact, I even started writing a novel, but my dad discouraged me at that time. Right. So I was like, nah, man, I'm going to do me. Yeah. So I'd listen to radio the whole fucking day. And my dad used to buy these newspapers every Sunday. So we had a pile of them in the house. So I'd read everything, including obituaries, like everything. Start to finish. I had the time. I did have time.
Yeah.
And you know what that did to me? It really opened my mind to the world and to understand politics.
Yeah.
And to understand sociology and to understand people. Because I had time to internalize and see, oh, this is what's happening in the news, this is what they are writing, something like this happened in 1990 as well, trying to connect things.
Yeah.
And then one day I was just walking by outside our home, and then I came across this pamphlet that belongs to Daystar University, which is like one of the biggest communications universities in East Africa.
Yeah.
And I didn't know the campus was actually not very far away from where we stayed. And then they had this mass communication and they were explaining what it's all about. I was like, this sounds like something I'd want. It was by chance. And then I was like, this is it. So I went back home, and then I'd write, I want to be a journalist everywhere. On my bed, in my books, on my bedroom walls. It was everywhere.
Whoa. I
was that guy. Like, for me, focus is something. If you want something, be about it. So and I was so sure this is what I want to be when I go back to school. So I went back to school, but the school I went back to, so for the whole of that second term, I wasn't in class, and then I joined a school in third term. It wasn't a very serious school, so there wasn't a lot of learning going on.
Yeah.
Then I transferred to another school, and I went back to Form 2. And that's where now I came alive. I joined the journalism club as a member, then they made me the editor. And then when leadership was left to us after the bigger students left, now I said, I want to create something with this. So we created something we called, like you see there, for example, there would be UBC. So we created a TV network for the school. So the school was called Pumwani Boys High School. So we called it Pumwani Television Network.
Yeah.
Right? So I used to write news and edit news that would be broadcasted at the parade every Friday. Yeah. And then it was so cool in a way that I would also create scripts for advertisements. Like we are advertising the school tea. Yeah, it was so cool. Or we are talking about the school buns, like bread, you know, like yeah. So we were so creative with things, and I had really incredible people around me who really believed in my vision.
Yeah.
So I would go on a Thursday night before Friday and just rehearse, and they'd create things also on the spot. It was the coolest thing. So like the way there are commercials during news, we do that. So like we are all going off for.
So wait, someone would be reading the news and then another person comes and advertises bread?
Yeah. And it was so cool because like you wouldn't know what was going to happen. So sometimes the guy would come from the school congregation, like they would just come to the podium of the parade, or he would walk from it, and then sometimes there were like 3 or 4 people, and it's like a small skit happening there. It was so cool because even the teachers would laugh their asses off. And I mean, being in school and it's boarding and it's Friday, you know, you're just getting into the weekend mood, and sometimes school is stressful.
Yeah.
And I've always loved humor. So for me, it was, we were informing the students about what's going on in school and in the world, but also having some comic relief at it.
Yeah.
At it, you know? Yeah, and those are really fun times. So I was so sure that I was going to be a journalist in the future. And then I go to Uganda, to Bugema Adventist Secondary School, and there we find the journalism club was sort of dead. So we revived it.
Was it existent, or was it just a writers' club?
It was. It wasn't that sophisticated. It was just there was a club, and then nothing much was going on with it.
Yeah.
So we revived it, and then we called it a new name. It was called the News Agency Club.
Oh wow!
We even did a logo for it.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was serious things. Serious things. I like serious things. So even recruiting members was such a rigorous process. It wasn't like, I want to be here for nothing. It was like, why do you want to be here? You have to know.
Wow.
The passion has to be real. Because for me, I actually, from a very young age, understood the place of a journalist in society. Because I'd been reading all these newspapers back in the day. And I was like, what? These people know this much? They're informing us about what's going on, right? So you had to be passionate about this stuff. And in fact, there are a lot of guys who joined that club that are journalists in Uganda right now.
Oh yeah?
In Bugema, yes. And those are things like, for me, I usually say are part of my legacy, because those are like, people carry those dreams with them, and they don't forget what you did for them when they were young and they didn't know what they want to do in life.
Yeah.
But it is passion. You know, we even, like the school now devised, they made some badges for us. Like if like now I was like editor-in-chief, so I was working with a badge in school. Man, it was serious business, man. It was serious business. So now, you know, we were acting like the bridge between the school the student fraternity and the school administration, which in many schools there are always issues. And being a staunchly religious school, there again there are even deeper issues, the structural issues that had been there for a long time.
Yeah.
So we revived the journalism club in Bugema, and it really thrived to the point where we were sometimes, because for me, I've been an activist for quite a while.
Yeah.
For me, living in an unfair society doesn't make sense to me. I have to speak up about stuff. And even in school, there were some very fundamental problems we had that, you know, students had issues with, and we were reporting about them. And of course, they always landed us in problems.
Yeah.
Even in my O level, it was always like that. And even in O level, it was harder because I was a prefect. And, you know, the school administration would assume that you'd be on their side like that.
Yeah.
But I was always in the middle. I was always confusing people. It's like, okay, so you're a prefect who speaks for us, then, you know, I wasn't this guy of you have to punish people for them to hear you or stuff like that. I like talking to people like, yeah, you know what you're doing is not right. So how are we going to get through this? What do you suggest?
Yeah.
You know? But there are issues in school now in Uganda, and we reported something that now triggered a strike.
Whoa.
Yeah. And many people will suggest that it was the news item that brought the issues, but the issues already there.
Yeah.
You know, and so it was in the time we mentioned the news was a time when things were really volatile in school. So that was just part of the piece.
Yeah.
You know, and being a SDA school, it was something they called a music Sabbath. So from the whole of that Sabbath, it was supposed to be just singing, right? But 24th July, in fact, 24th July was a Friday in 2009.
Yeah.
That's when all hell broke loose, and the strike began at night.
Night?
Yes. And we had a police post.
Night?
Yes. We had a police post at Luero.
What time was that?
8-9 p.m. The funny thing even about that is when this chaos was, so we reported something on Monday, right? Monday parade. And now that whole week, things were really unsettled in school. So by Friday, Form 3s were just planning something, and we didn't know. They didn't tell us. We didn't know what was going on. So there was a teacher who people didn't like very much.
Oh, yeah.
And now he was like the small trigger that people were waiting for. So he went and announced that the Music Sabbath has been cancelled for whatever reason. And I remember the journalism club was preparing to present something in church the following day at Sabbath school. All right. So we weren't in church at that time. We were rehearsing. Then we just hear commotion. And then all of a sudden stones are being thrown. Because we were in an upper class, so we just heard a stone.
What time?
It was 9 p.m. thereabout.
Wait, like, when was this pronouncement? In the night?
Yes, because Sabbath school, like Friday night, you're in church, evening, like it was like that in school.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was like after dinner or something. I can't remember, but it was that hour from 7 to 9. That hour.
Yeah.
Then people were outside running. So we went to the window and guys are outside, and then all of a sudden the guards are coming, and then the police are coming, and they're chasing people and beating people up, and girls are screaming. It was chaotic. And the boys went to the dormitories, and they shattered all the glasses of like the windows and everything while they were being beaten by the guards and the police. They ran off to the farms because it was a big school. It was crazy. So us guys were still bundled up in class up there, the journalism club, and some girls we were with even fainted here, and now we were rushing them to the dispensary. We don't know what's going on, but you could tell it's a strike because we saw it coming. And then they did a roll call that night. We were very few in school, but most girls were in their hostels because the church was near the hostel, so they just ran to their hostels.
Yeah.
The boys were beaten down. The following morning, the school was at a standstill. Guys came back. They slept in the woods.
You wake up in the morning, like you just look at what is going on. The canteen area had been looted.
Oh my goodness.
It was crazy. It was crazy. And then now Saturday was sort of calm and confusing. Then Sunday is when now all hell broke loose now. So Saturday was 25th.
Saturday would be a holiday for the Seventh-day Adventists, right?
What do you mean holiday?
Like Sabbath day?
Yeah. Well, Sabbath starts from Friday evening.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so it's like the whole time. So even Saturday, we didn't go to church. We were just chilling.
Yeah.
Because there was so much confusion. And then, because the administration was trying to get a hold of what was going on. And then on Sunday, they called everybody to the school field, right? And all of us went there. And then, so apparently, word had gotten to the government that we were on strike.
Yeah.
NTV had come as well.
Wow.
And parents were watching from the fences. So we were in the field. And you know, the way weekends, people just dress anyhowly, you know?
Yeah.
So I remember I just had a sweater on which was inside out, and some 500 shillings in my pocket, Uganda shillings, and just a school trouser.
Yeah.
And it was just around the time we were supposed to be starting our mock exams for Form 6s. Then a patrol car from the army just came in.
The army?
Yeah. I don't know if this news, because this was very big news in 2009 in Uganda. It even reached Kenya that time. And these guys, we were in the field, all of us.
The whole school?
The whole school.
So even the ones that had slept in the woods had returned?
Back.
Yeah.
Everybody. We were in the school. So we were in the field, so it was in the middle of the field. And the administration, some of the deputy headmaster, somebody was talking to us. And then from the gate, this patrol car, the pickup, just came in. And these guys had guns, AK-47s. And they came in the moment they just got off, like their feet on the ground. They started shooting in the air.
Seeing you guys?
Sorry?
They were seeing you guys?
But they came for us. That's why they came. They came to quell the chaos.
No, but you were at the assembly.
Yeah.
In that moment.
We were in the field, yeah.
And then it does just...
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. And they started shooting. And I just remember seeing, they were like, what? Like 10 to 12 soldiers shooting AK-47s in the air. That is Armageddon, my friend. Do you know a high school in Uganda has from 12 to 13-year-olds
to
20-year-olds. These are kids. These are kids. What are you coming with guns for? You know? Now they were surrounding us while shooting in the air.
Really?
And some of them had twigs. So they were beating people in the middle of the field. And now I could hear their commander shouting, "Stop the shooting! Stop the shooting!" But the guns were so loud.
Like,
I've never heard.
It doesn't even make sense.
It was the craziest things, the Buguzi, I'm telling you. So traumatizing. Yo, it was, I don't know. So these guys are shooting in the air, and some of them have gotten it. So I was in the like periphery of the crowd with my girlfriend. We're just I was protecting her from, you know, and I'm scared as shit because Uganda police, man. Uganda police are something else. Yo. And then none of us has ever been in such a situation.
Of course.
Like, what the fuck is this? We only see this on TV. What the hell? And it's never with students. You know?
Yeah.
So, man, those guns, I always, like, every time I talk about it, like, those sounds come back. They were so loud. Guns are so loud, you guys. Guns are so loud. I'm like, yo. So these guys, some of them are surrounding us, and some of them are getting into the crowd with twigs and a gun, beating people with the left hand, shooting with the right hand.
What the heck?
Shooting in the air. We were very harmless. We didn't have stones. We weren't protesting. Nothing was going on. So one soldier I think coordination became a problem.
Yeah.
And these are heavy guns as well. So I think in his moment of trying to beat somebody with a twig, yeah, the gun came down. And a bullet came out. And we just saw Wilma waking up, shouting, "I've been shot." And the guns were still going on, but we didn't know. So some guy called Morris stood up and started shouting, "She's been shot, she's been shot." And I'm looking at Wilma.
So you guys got down on the ground?
We were all on the ground the whole time.
Oh my goodness.
We were all helpless. What do you do? We were all on the ground the whole time. Nobody stood up. Where do you go? How do you, because your body is now, these are guns. So Wilma stood up. And you know, people are screaming. Just picture that. Girls are screaming. Guys are just, people are crying. The guns are on. The teachers are confused. The commander is shouting, "Stop shooting, stop shooting," all at the same time. All right? So for me, I think being at the periphery, I was watching. Because the guys, the soldiers came right through the crowd. They didn't come to us guys at the outside of the crowd. Right?
Yeah.
So we were watching. But he was scared as shit. And Wilma stood up and her eyes were rolling and she had spectacles and there was blood on the spectacles. So apparently a bullet had come through her behind and came out. And thankfully it didn't get to another person. So now Maurice is shouting, "Yo, she's been shot, she's been shot," and she's like rolling her eyes and she's woken up and she's crying like that, and her arms are wide open. And apparently the bullet that got to her had already gotten through someone else, and we didn't know, but she was on the ground, some South Sudanese girl who had been shot through the hip. The bullet got her first, and then it came out, and then to Wilma. Yeah.
Wow.
So we discovered some minutes later that she was the one who was the first hit. You know? Everything had to stop. In fact, this girl, I couldn't remember her name, now was also crying, like, "Yo, you know, I'm in pain. And then they were taken to Mulago by the NTV car. The NTV van is what took them to Mulago. And Mulago was 32 kilometers away.
That's a distance.
Yo.
That's very far.
And that time, that road didn't have tarmac.
Yeah.
It was very dusty, Maram, by the way. Like Bugema, you'd get to Bugema and you're an albino, my friend. Yeah? In respect to people living with albinism, I'm saying it in a funny way. So we weren't sure what was going to happen. Are they going to die? What's going to happen? So the commander just shouted, "All of you go home."
What?
It was a Sunday afternoon.
So in short, the army took over the school.
Yeah. Man, that was crazy. I only had 500 UGX and my home is in Nairobi. Where do you start?
Oh my goodness.
It's a fucking Sunday afternoon. You're preparing to sit for
your mock
European
exams.
history. The hardest of them all. Paper 3.
Yeah.
So my girlfriend's family sent money actually for 3 people. Like it was her, the sister, and myself. People just found ways, and I got out of school like that, like my sweater inside out, just the way I was. Got to Kampala, got to a bus, came to Nairobi. And if you didn't have money, I don't know what happened to you. Some people slept in their friends' homes for a while.
Yeah.
But I've never seen anything like that in my life.
That's like the Sarafina movie.
Yo, that was crazy. That was crazy. And I don't know if I can ever find clips of that time that the journalists took. But so we got to Nairobi and found the news had already reached here.
Yeah.
And so we went to the NTV here because some reporters wanted to talk to us. Me and another guy in the journalism club and the head boy of the school, who was later accused of planning the strike.
Really?
Yeah, and he was Kenyan. So they even threatened that he wouldn't sit for his end of year exams. What do you call them?
UNEB exams.
Yeah. So again, later we had to lobby for him to sit for exams. So they didn't allow him to come back to school, but he eventually sat for the exams. But essentially, it taught me the power of storytelling, the power of speaking your truth.
Yeah.
That systems that are not out for wellness would feel threatened, that you want your freedom, but they still want to suppress you.
Yeah.
Right? Because the school had all the means to create dialogue, but they were very rigid. And from then on, it was even more powerful that, I want to be a journalist, you know, because I was like, we are taking part in liberation.
Yeah.
This thing started with me such a long time ago. In fact, when I was in Form 3, there was a time when the government broke into one of the news agencies here, their rooms, and locked some people up, and people went to protest.
Yeah.
And that day I didn't go to school. In fact, I went to the protest with my school uniform.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, for talking to freedom media, like the press freedom, speak about it, you know. Those things have been serious to me for such a long time.
Advocacy.
Yeah, like, don't lock people up. Let people speak up.
Yeah.
And the background of that is I wasn't allowed to speak up in my home. That is where I was coming from. And I had known what that had done to my mom and to myself. And I was like, that can't be the world. I was 17 years old and I'd had enough. And I think that's where my fire comes from. I can't stand it when people are suppressed and their voices are stifled. I can't stand it. My blood boils, my friend. Like, I just want to talk. I want to find a way to get information out.
Yeah.
You know? So I finally joined campus after finishing my Form 6, and my mom and dad were really fighting a lot at the time. So I had to drop out of school. So my dream to be a journalist now had to fade away. And then I asked myself, what am I gonna do with my life? What do I have?
Yeah.
I have words. So this is what I'll use. So I started going to school, but because I couldn't go to class, I went to the computer lab. And I'd spend...
By school, you mean the journalism school?
Yeah, the journalism school. Because I had enrolled already,
yeah,
but I only did a semester.
Yeah.
I couldn't continue. So, but I still had access to the school.
Yeah.
Just not access to class. So I'd go to the computer lab.
Yeah.
And I taught myself how to blog. I taught myself how to use Twitter. I taught myself all these Facebook things. I opened like 5 blogs. I had a lot to say. A blog on relationships, politics, on
relationships,
poetry.
That early?
Oh, I started these things way early. I had a lot to say, man. I had a lot to say. I was such an intense child.
Yeah.
This is not new, man. Like, and this is why, you know, like when people look at me and they're like, you have a lot going on. It's like I started early. Life happened to me so early.
Yeah.
And I wanted to express a lot of things. So I didn't want to mix poetry with politics and relationships and blah, blah. So I had like 5 blogs, man. And all of them had content rolling every week.
Every week?
Yeah, because I had time.
No.
There was nothing I was doing with my life.
5.
I'm 22, 23 years old. I'm not paying taxes anyway. I'm not paying rent anyway. I just have days. So go to the computer lab. Then I'd also print my poems just to boost my ego because I had access to papers. So those were fun times. And then that's how I met people online. And I connected to poets. And I connected to a guy called Chris Mukasa who we co-founded Fatuma's Voice with, the arts organization, again, that uses art spaces for social justice conversations. And every time
I think you missed out on talking about it in the beginning.
And every time I go back to my life, connecting the threads, for me it was always about offering space to people, because I always wanted that for myself. Yeah. Right? And with Fatuma's voice, again, we created a space where people from different walks of life, it was actually one of the most unique spaces ever, where you'd find people from different classes coming in one space to talk about one thing. You know, and this included even the entertainment, the poets, the musicians. It was from high end to middle to down there. Everybody had a space to come and express themselves. Yeah. It's very hard to find that in events. Events are usually very classified. You know, it's either high end only, middle only, or people down there only. And that also opened my world. I met so many people. I discovered so many things about myself. And it was a young organization. We didn't know how to run an organization, so that was hard for us. Very hard. We were burnt out a lot of times, and that comes with disagreements and anger and arguments all the time. Now you start forgetting the work. You start now concentrating on organization and leadership and structures. We didn't know all that. I remember our first funders came to us and they asked us a question like, "Yo, so show us your organizational structure." We had no idea what the hell is that? Organizational structure? Yeah. We just had a space and they were like, I know. Poets are coming. Somebody says they want to perform. It was so disorganized and chaotic, but we loved it, you know. So we were told, you have to organize this thing a little more, which helped. But still, in the end, the organization was hard. So we needed professionalism in it. And I mean, that's what I think we're still trying to work on. But essentially, I look back, and to date, I've always been about speaking up. Yeah. You know, and yeah, that's me.
There's a lot of you.
I am a lot.
To a point that you couldn't even keep up with yourself. You forgot about Fatuma's voice. So your love for speaking up, is that where it's you coming to the creation of the Afro-Masculinity podcast? Do we just talk about Afro-Masculinity as the podcast, or is there something more to it?
There is something more. Afro-Masculinity, the podcast is just a little segment of the whole movement. And when COVID began in 2020, I had to quit a job that was giving me anxiety. And we were doing trauma healing workshops for Kenya Police at the time. But now the workshops had to halt because there was no more physical meetups. Yeah. And I was doubling up as the digital storyteller for the organization. And I was okay with talking about trauma every day, but now we had to talk about COVID every day, and it was too much for me. Yeah. And I couldn't just keep talking about people wearing masks every day, wear a mask. It was insane. And I mean, donors want you to do that. And I was like, that's not for me now. Yeah. You know, so I had to quit for a while. And I hoped maybe the workshops would come back later, because I love facilitating. One thing I didn't mention is my parents were teachers. Yeah. And I hated teaching. In fact, and you know, when you were talking to Gagero, I remembered that I hated teaching. I didn't want to be like my dad. Yeah. Because, you know, my dad was also really violent, and it was just chaos in that house. I imagined teachers are like that, because also teachers were very unkind people to us in school. Yeah. Right? So I was like, no, I don't want to be a teacher. But somehow, from such a young age, I remember there was a time when... So I've been going to the schools. In primary school, I've been going to the schools that my dad was teaching in, because he didn't pay fees. Oh. Yes. In the private schools he was teaching at, we didn't pay fees. In fact, my brother has never paid school fees in primary school ever, because, you know, by the time he was getting to kindergarten, my dad was settled, so All those years he was in a good school. I have paid fees here and there a little bit in my primary school, but now from, I think, class 4 there, I didn't pay fee. Neither has my sister also, for most parts. So, so I remember there was a time in class 4, class 5, class 4, thereabout, my dad was my class teacher.
Oh dear.
Okay.
And
dear. There was a time when we needed a class monitor. And the students chose me. But now that couldn't work.
They gave the class to the family.
Yeah. That just couldn't work.
Yeah.
But I mean, from that time, I think it was around 10, 11. It taught me there's an element of leadership that I had, because people were very attracted to me from such a young age. But now, of course, Dad couldn't say yes to that, so they had to
He said no.
I mean.
Did he give his reasons?
It was obvious. He couldn't. My father and we couldn't rule the class like that. That was so no.
Nepotism.
Yeah.
But then it wasn't, because it's the class that
of course. But now the rest of the school wasn't see it like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So, and then after that, like, I just kept finding myself in leadership positions, and with time I found myself in between a lot of things that my friends were going through, and I was trying to be the peacemaker and all that. And then I think because of the way my mother would talk to me, because my mother in the beginning used to scream and shout at me a lot of times, and then in my teenage she realized that I had been suffering emotionally, and then now she resorted to talking to me, which I really, really liked, and I responded in better. So I became this person who loved explaining things to people, and so that is teaching, you know. You break it down, that is teaching. And I just found myself, I didn't want it, I really didn't want it, but I found myself in it, and I was like, okay, I'll accept this, you know. So that's how I found myself in facilitation of workshops and all these spaces. I talk to people. In my storytelling, I always have that teaching element. I'm informing people about things. I'm breaking it down. I'm helping them connect with history, with cultural contexts, with social contexts, with political contexts. And that is storytelling as well. So they all go together, and I accepted it, and
I think there is just so much that happens in our childhood that also, you already know this, it manifests in our adulthood. Like, forget the emotional being and mental health, but even for the things we do socially, they sort of come out. We may not really know them at that age. I mean, I was talking to people, and then see me. Like, I didn't think it was something that someone has to do. It was just... So let's get back to the Afro-masculinity, how it came about, and help us understand what Afro-masculinity means.
Right. So COVID happened, and now I had to quit the job. And I was running a podcast before that had begun in 2019, but I wasn't very consistent with it. So I said, I've always wanted to start something specifically for African men. Content-wise, and I had to think of something that would encompass what I really want to communicate. And so, I mean, around me, I was exposed to Afro music, you know, Afro culture, Afro punk, Afro hair, you know. And then I said, I want to develop Afro masculinity, to stand for the voices of Black and African men all over the world. Because if you're Black, you have African descent, right? And that means you connect to something from the motherland. And this is both for African men here and in diaspora, and for Black men all over the world. This is about your story. And it was because I realized how misunderstood black men are and African men are. And they also misunderstand themselves because of the mannerisms and the socializations and the education they've been given about who they are.
Yeah.
And what they are forced to become without will, by the way, out of early childhood upbringings, right? That conditions them in a certain way. And for most parts, it's to become violent people.
Yeah.
Violent to themselves, violent to others, as a tool to use them for these purposes, you know. And for most times, they are also used for violent purposes, you know.
Yeah.
When you think of political unrest in this continent, who goes out there to fight? Who goes out there with machetes? Who goes out there to kill people from other tribes?
Yeah.
It's young men. It's young men, young African men who are always out there doing these crazy things used by politicians for selfish reasons.
Yeah.
But it's also because they live within a violent system, a violent mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, I saw this from my family, my paternal side especially, with my dad, the kind of person he was, so unaware of the damage he was causing to people around him.
Yeah.
And it's almost like loving him was such a battle, was such a war. And he just took up all the space all the time. And the rest of us just had to bow down to that all the time. It's like, no, man, I can't live on like this. It's too much. I used to question a lot because my dad would beat me up in ways that would question, am I really his child? And the things he'd tell me, the things he'd tell my mom, the things he'd do to my mom, I was like, this is not normal. It doesn't sound friendly to me. And so many boys around me didn't question those things. They went through them all right, but they didn't question those things. And that's what made me different. I questioned. And I stood up against my dad and I was like, you're not going to beat me again. It's too much. This is enough. Because I was suicidal.
Yeah.
And it didn't make sense to me that you're going to keep inflicting pain on me without consequences. What you talking about? You know? And yet, if I speak back at you, you're like, who are you to talk to me like
it's
that?
It's another crime, yeah.
No, we needed some kind of justice in that house, you know? Yeah, so, and again, I think the exposure of books and writing and reading, I was like, yo, there is more to life than pain.
Oh, yeah.
There's more to life than pain. You can't tell me this is what I have to accept just because I'm a child. No way. You know, and the more I grew, the more I understood that it's very different for men because men are brutalized from such a young age.
Yeah.
The way they are disciplined, quote unquote, is a very militarized way. So you're just hardened up from such a young age. You become so tough and you think that is equivalent to strength.
To being a man.
To being a man.
Yeah.
And that's how you show up. And you're very unaware, very unconscious of how this has damaged you. And so I am not surprised that we have very high cases of sexual and gender-based violence cases like that, and that 95% of perpetrators are boys and men. I'm not surprised. We are a product of the system that brought us up.
Yeah.
And so that's why many men are fighting feminism, because it is an attack on their own identity.
On their indoctrination.
Yes, they don't know anything else. And they fear that if they let things go, there's nothing else to hold on to.
Yeah.
They don't know nothing else. So I understand it, but I just don't excuse it. I do understand it, but I don't excuse it. And that's where the advocacy comes in. And so beginning Afro-masculinity for me was I wanted to develop communities for men.
Yeah.
To humanize themselves. Especially those who are somewhere in between doubting who they are with what society wants them to be. Those are the guys I wanted to start with, because those are easier to work with. They don't come fighting. They come with curiosity. Like, yo, for me, this was what was happening. and I don't feel that the way the world is shaping me up is how I want to become.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I start with. I happened to be sexually abused when I was 20 years old. And it was with our house manager, and at the time I didn't know it was abuse.
Yeah.
It came to me 10 years later, and I spoke about it again on social media.
Yeah.
And it blew up my Twitter. And there was so much support from so many people, but also I witnessed a lot of cyberbullying.
Yeah.
Especially from men. They were saying things like, you know, you must have enjoyed it. There is no way a woman can rape a man. What you talking about?
Yeah.
You are a man. How did you not protect yourself? And some were saying, oh, I wish it was me. I would have allowed her to rape me.
Yeah.
They say things
like they really do say so many of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So for me, because again, I'm a trained storyteller. And I'm a trained digital storyteller, to be precise.
Yeah.
I understand cyberbullying. I understand the mechanism of gender relations on social media. I understand those mannerisms and how men come at people. So it wasn't new to me. I was used to it.
Yeah.
But what touched me most were like the men who would come to my DM and they would like, this thing, I went through it also. And I don't know how to deal with it. I'm a pastor. I preach to congregations, but I live with this wound that I don't know who to talk to. I can't even talk to my wife about it.
Yeah.
And some say I'm struggling with intimacy in my marriage because of this trauma that, you know, this thing happened to me. I was 16, I was 12, I was 6. It was my aunt, my uncle. It was that guy people trusted, the neighbors people trusted. It was our house manager. It was my big cousin, you know, that played with my private parts, that forced my private parts into her, and all these things.
Yeah.
That they didn't find words to say, and they didn't find space to say them. And I was the first man ever in there. Some of these guys were 40 years old, and they were like, thank you for giving space to this, for giving voice to this. So I opened a safe space online for them to talk, and then now with time now connected them to therapists who would walk with them through the healing journey. And there's always so much noise about how you're supposed to live your life in regards to you speaking up about your pain.
Yeah.
People tell you what to do with your pain as if it's theirs, you know, and I think the same tenacity I had from 17 years old to know that I know I'm doing the right thing. I know I'm speaking up for the right things. Is the same tenacity I would go on Twitter and write about something that I went through that was difficult to talk about as a man and still go ahead and do it despite all the crazy feedback I would get.
Yeah.
But then it was the 2, 3, 4, 5 men who would come to my DMs that I live for. Those are my heroes. Because I would encourage them to come out, you know, and that goes for mental health conversations as well.
Yeah.
You know, living in a society when I came out the first time that I was going through depression and I was suicidal when I was 29 years old, and people coming saying, yo, I've been going through this and I don't know what to do, and there were no African stories about this stuff, and I was like, I'm gonna start with mine. You know, and that's this time I start with my mental health advocacy. So I find that I've been given a lot, like so much light by the universe, by God.
Yeah.
So many gifts to connect people to themselves and connect them to other people around them. I've always been about communities. So for me, I'm just using my light to help people humanize themselves, so that they can humanize others. Because I really can't imagine another child going through what I went through.
Yeah. I'm even speechless now. I'm like, I don't know how to go forward with this. So, when you talk about the COVID time, and now this is July, are you saying that Afro-masculinity started last year?
It did start last year, and
it feels like it has been there for a long time?
Technically, yes, because I've been a guy who's been speaking up for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been writing stories 7, 8, 9 years back on social media.
Yeah.
And I think the more I've been growing, the more I've been understanding the technicalities of these issues. And feminism has taught me a lot.
Yeah.
So much. And I think my mom was the first feminist I ever met. She taught me how to live life.
Yeah.
She never cared that I was a boy in the house. She was like, you're going to have to know how to do things. Don't give a fuck that you're a boy. Yo, what you talking about?
Yeah.
I could run the house at 12 years old. She taught me how to cook ugali. Ugali was my first meal to ever know how to cook, by the way.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry to say, what else would you have learned? Like,
well, there was tea and other things and stuff. Hey, I remember when.
So you knew how to do ugali before you learned how to make tea?
No,
I don't think so.
Around.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean ugali is like a meal, like you're munching it. Tea is just drinking. It's easy to do.
There's no, they're like, that's your food. That's the Kenyan food. What else would you have learned how to cook matoke?
And then I remember when she was teaching me how to do chapati in 2005. It was horrible because I burnt the first one and she beat me up. And I swore not to eat her chapatis ever again. Oh, child. I wrote poems about it. I was mad. But that was mom for you. And I had to learn how to wash my clothes. And it was bad. I didn't like it. But I was being taught how to be responsible. So it was always surprising for me when I'm getting out and I'm hearing men saying they want wives so that these wives could cook for them and do these things for them. It was very new to me. It's like, what are you guys talking about? You're supposed to know these things. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah.
So I came off as a queer man. You know, I'm like, this world is so confusing. Like, this is what my mother taught me. What do you mean, you guys?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it was very confusing for me. And I was like, no, but how do you want to enslave these women that you claim to love? Because, the Bible tells you the man is the head and the woman is whatever else. And a woman shouldn't speak in church, and a woman this, and a woman... Why do you focus so much on women like that?
Yeah.
And there's so many problems that men have that you don't really talk to each other about. It doesn't make sense to me.
I don't.
It doesn't... So for me, people just would use religion as an excuse for violence.
Yeah.
You know? Because again, to me, and I tell people, I struggled with the concept that God is a man. I struggle with that concept. Why? Because I grew up in the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church is heavily patriarchal. It's a father who is preaching to you. The catechists are all men, and we had nuns and sisters who were just like a little part of the whole organization. And for me, my mom had to leave the Anglican Church to join the Catholic Church because she was married to Dad, and Dad's family was Catholic.
Yeah.
In fact, my dad wanted to be a priest when he was older, and he had also already been an altar boy, so he was way on his way. But I hear that his dad got him out of the church. I don't know why. I need to ask him one day. Maybe the dude wanted grandparents.
Exactly.
I don't know. Or maybe he saw what is happening in the church and is like, I'm not sure that's what I want for you. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I struggle with the concept of God being a man, because in church, we used to go to church, and I mean, you'd see all these men who are the leaders of everything. But women were such a huge part of that congregation. Women are always the ones sitting and organizing things.
Yeah.
Right? But somehow men are the ones making decisions. So we'd go to church with Dad and Mom on Sundays. But for me, it was mom at home who was teaching me how to pray.
Mm-hmm.
My father has never taught me how to pray, which I guess is the most important thing, I guess, to know how to do these things.
Yeah.
My mom taught me everything. My mom taught me how to tie shoelaces. She taught me how to eat. She taught me how to speak to people. She taught me how to carry out myself.
Mm-hmm.
She'd take me to bed and wake me up and feed me. And to me, that was, and teach me how to pray, right? For me, that was love. That was spiritual practice to me.
Yeah.
That must be how God should be to me. And so for me, a woman, my mother was my first high priest.
Yeah.
Right? So I struggled to connect to the father who was preaching to me for 45 minutes, and I wouldn't see him for a whole week until the next Sunday. And he does the same thing, apart from throwing the waters when he's coming to church and, you know, this incense thing, and he's going about, I don't know, chasing demons and whatever.
Yeah.
But he didn't know my name. He never knew my name. He never knew my pain. He never knew how I looked like when I was waking up in the morning. He never knew my struggles with homework. He never saw my tears, man.
Yeah.
So how was I to call him a father? Didn't connect. It didn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But my mom knew all that shit. My mom would tell when I was sick. She would know, oh, this guy is not okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do something.
Yeah.
That is God to me. God knew. My God knew. So my God was a woman to me. Yeah. And then you get out, you grow older, and you're like, these gods are being violated everywhere. Women are being violated. My aunties, my village was crazy. It was chaotic. And I was like, no, man, you guys, something is off about this world. Something is seriously off about this world. So I kept questioning. And I kept questioning. And then now you start understanding, a man is supposed to be this way and a woman is supposed to be this way, but why is a man violating a woman just because? I couldn't get it. And I wasn't seeing men beating up women. No, I wasn't seeing women beating up men. I wasn't seeing that. Then I questioned that as well, like, why isn't that as rampant as the other way around? Something is off.
Yeah.
So that's what I started speaking about. And then I would pay attention to women and girls a lot because I really wanted to understand their lives, you know. And that's how I got into feminist spaces. And they would invite me because I was genuinely curious. I wanted to understand.
Yeah.
And I got it, you know. They would teach me, and I got into these workshops and where women are being taught things, and I was invited actually.
Mm-hmm.
Either as work or just a participant.
Yeah.
And it opened up my world and my eyes. I was like, wow, there is just so much injustice that women and minority groups are going through in this world. And that there is also so much injustice about black men, you know. And even within black men, there is classism. Right?
Yeah.
And there is so much emotional labor for you to understand that. You're not just a man. And even me, even as a black man, in as much as I'm being oppressed elsewhere, I'm also oppressing other people around me.
It's a cycle.
It's a cycle, you know? And that's what I wanted to stop.
Yeah.
I just wanted to stop it, and that's why Afro-masculinity is here.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you're doing great.
Thank you.
You're doing great. I mean, I don't know how long it took me to feel like guys were actually struggling and they weren't speaking up. But then COVID times opened my eyes to what really happens in the man's world. Like, I can't base on the small circle of people I was with, because mostly for the lockdown I was with my cousin and his friends. And I was talking to my cousin about mental health and he was dismissing it. But I kept pushing these topics to him. I kept pushing them to him. Like, I knew it was not going to happen all at once. So as time went on, the friends would hear us and then they would be like, yeah, what are you talking about? And then on the side, they would really talk to me about their struggles. But then with them all together, they're talking about alcohol, football, and PS. And I was like, I was just looking at a bunch of empty relationships, you know? So I started feeling like something needs to be worked on. And then I found your work. I was like, oh my God, there's someone doing this?
Yeah.
Like, it was more like, for me, it was more like, I don't have to struggle with this. There's someone doing it. Like, it was so much relaxation for me. It was so much relaxation.
I remember those first conversations we had and the way you were actually expressing your relief.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, thank God, thank God.
Yeah, but it's also very isolating work.
Yeah.
The same people I'm trying to help are the same people beating you down. It's not easy. In fact, women are more supportive of my work than majority of men are.
Yeah.
But I say I'm still grateful because, first of all, I have a very strong support system around me. I have very strong communities around me. It was very helpful that I got young men who gave me a community from as far back as when I was 22, 23.
Yeah.
That we wanted something different for ourselves because we all had daddy issues, and we developed a community for ourselves, a safe community for ourselves.
Yeah.
I don't know where I would be without those guys because they gave me my first real home where I could be vulnerable for real. When I was depressed, they would come to my house and clean my house and wash my clothes, wash my utensils, cook for me, opened up the curtains for me. And I have witnessed healthy male intimacy.
Yeah.
I've seen its power. And for most parts, for boys, they have that intimacy at childhood, and then it disappears when they get to teenage life because they are trying to look for adult men around them to emulate them. But for most parts, these men are lost in their own worlds. Right? And so even with my father, he was also looking for his father. Okay? So I was dealing with two lost men.
Yeah.
I was supposed to be the third in the generation. But it had to stop with me because I didn't want that intergenerational trauma to keep going on. And if you're the one to stop it, you actually have to feel the pain of those other generations.
Yeah.
It's heavy.
All their works.
Yes, it really is heavy. But I think life has prepared me for this work. I'm not afraid. This is my place. And if my life is just about stopping it and nothing else, so be it. If 3,000 men, 4,000, or even one man will have a healthier life because of my work, I'll live for that. I'll take that.
Yeah.
You know? But also, I want to enjoy mine. I want to enjoy my life. I've grown up in so much pain, so much silence. I can't anymore. I just can't anymore. And I'm so much into black boy joy. Like, I want men to be happy for real.
Yeah.
Not the happiness we get from using women. Not the happiness we get from stepping on other men.
Yeah.
The happiness we get from holding hands with other men, with other women, with children.
Yeah.
The happiness we get for standing up for justice. The happiness we get for liberation. The happiness we get for seeing other people around us succeed. That is the joy I'm talking about. And I have had to be the example, right? To support other people, to talk about my own struggles.
Yeah.
To be a reliable man, to be a reliable friend. I've had to go through it, and that's where football comes back, because it taught me discipline.
Yeah.
It taught me reliability. It taught me patience. It taught me passion.
Yeah.
Football. It taught me creativity. Football. Right? And so I learned to live with people. People are very different, again, you know, and not everybody will understand what you're trying to pass across, and they tell you all these kind of things. But you don't get lost in that chaos because they're operating from low vibrations that they don't understand.
Yeah.
So I have to live like somebody who understands them the way Jesus was on the cross and he was like, Father, forgive them. They do not know what they do.
Yeah.
And he was also telling the women, don't cry for me.
Cry for yourselves.
Cry for yourselves. It's not about me. It's about you. And I still tell people all the time, don't follow me as if I'm some kind of God. Because I read a quote the other day that was saying, whoever you put on a pedestal, you also put on a cross.
Oh, yes.
Okay? I'm a man. I'm like everybody else. I have just gone deep into myself.
Yeah.
So I ooze that light. I ooze that energy. But you also have it. You do have it. I didn't come here differently. All those great men and women that passed this world, they were a normal XYXX chromosome, whatever they were. All that energy, it was the same shit. But they just went deeper into themselves. And that depth is the same depth that is in the universe out there. It is the same depth that is in the solar system. It is the same depth we tap into when we go to space. It is the same depth that is in God's heart. The same depth. So you just gotta be courageous because there's a lot of shit going on in there.
Yeah.
Dark and light, it's all in there. You have to say, I want to face this thing and I want to embody it. I want to embrace it, you know, and then you just bloom. Okay? So it is larger than any government on earth.
Yeah.
Because you can't hold that light down, the same light that is lighting up the universe. If that light is in a human being, you can't hold it down. Those are ideas you can't kill just because you're burning books. You can't, you know? And that's why for me, my eternity is in spreading love to people, you know?
Yeah.
And somebody coming to me and saying, you know, something you said here made me wake up from bed, from unconsciousness. It made me choose a career. It made me love my partner. It made me parent better.
Yeah.
For me, those are trees I'm growing that will live forever.
Yeah.
You know? We have been socialized to think eternity has to be something you're going for after you die from this earth. No, you start it now.
The work starts now.
We are talking about Jesus still today.
Yeah.
All the great men and women that passed through this earth, we still talk about them. That is eternity.
Yeah.
You start working on it now, right? So I'm not hoping for an eternal life after I die. I'm not waiting for it. And again, I use a lot of religious analogy in my teachings. And I like the fact that, you know, because I mean, I live in a predominantly Christian society. The disciples went to the rabbi and they asked him, Master, Master, when is the kingdom coming?
Yeah.
And he told them, it is already within you. So eternity is not waiting to come. The eternity is within me. It's within me. So how do I embody it in my daily life?
Yeah.
It's with the fruits of the Holy Spirit. What are those fruits? Gentleness, friendliness, forgiveness, it's joy. It's also standing up for justice.
Yeah.
Because love can't exist without justice. They don't go hand in hand. You know? You have to stand for, you have to be real about it. You know? And sometimes it's also calling yourself out because you're also learning.
Yeah, that part. Calling yourself out. Calling yourself out.
And having
people don't want to do that. They don't want to do that.
Having relationships that also are accountable, like you are accountable to people.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can't be the person preaching good things and justice and all that, but people can't call you out and people can't talk to you to be accountable to them.
Yeah.
It won't work. And for me, that's what I wanted to create for my life. I'd never like friendships where it's just yes, yes all the time. I make mistakes every day, and I like it when people tell me, Rix, you would have done this better.
Yeah.
Or you're hurting me with your words right now.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm like, yeah, okay, I hear you. I want to do better. I'll work on this. You know, that's somebody said an unexamined life is not worth living. You know.
Yeah.
An unexamined life is not worth living. I want my life examined. you know, until people tell me, Rix, this you have to do better. You know, it's the only way I can have jurisdiction or authority to tell people to do better.
Yeah.
Is when I also do better. And that's how, even with masculinity, I had to change. I used to be very homophobic. I used to be very patriarchal 10 years ago when I was 21, 22.
Yeah.
Because sometimes Facebook memories show me things I used to write. I was like, no, why? Who was this? What was I doing? You know? I didn't get it.
Facebook memories, man. They're traumatic sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, no.
Like, what the hell is this?
Cringe-worthy.
Exactly. So I see that.
Yeah.
I see 10 years, 9 years ago, this is what I used to think. Oh my word, I've grown. I've grown. So you have to do the work, because you're always going to be a product of the society around you.
Yeah.
And if that's and I tell people, the whole world is like this. When we talk of society, we have to talk about the people who are in power, because it's the people in power who manage society's behavior.
They run things.
Yes. So we are living in a patriarchal society. So every time we talk of society, we are talking of the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah? We are talking of the patriarchy. Every time we speak of society, we are talking of the patriarchy. We are talking
Yeah.
of the people who man power. All right? So we are all products of that society. We are all products of patriarchy. So we have to question society, meaning we have to question patriarchy. We have to question white imperialism. We
Yeah.
have to question neo-colonialism. We have to question all those oppressive systems that are out. We have to question capitalism. We have to question all these isms that are there. We have to question them. Anything that is out to separate you from yourself and separate you from the next person is not healthy for you. Simple. Whatever ism it is, if it separates, it's not healthy for human life. Whatever it is. Even if it comes in the name of freedom. If it separates you, and separation in this instance is separation out of love. You know, there is separation of those are not good people for us. You know, that is different.
Yeah.
But separation of we don't want to work together, that separation, we don't want to live together because of our tribe, because of our religion, because of our class or our caste, because of our gender or sex, those separations are violent, you know. So my work generally is about that. It's just that I focus on men because for the longest time women have been on the forefront to create peace and create justice and create education on how to live. But men, for most parts, have not been doing the emotional labor.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm calling for, so that some kind of balance can be attained.
Yeah.
And also just, it's not a mistake that women live longer statistically more than men. It's not a mistake that we have higher suicide cases, conversion cases for men more than women.
Yeah.
Those are not mistakes. There's a root. And if we don't get curious about how to get through that, we'll continue dying.
I think the other thing that I noticed with advocacy work that is happening related to feminism, or let me say Afro-masculinity as well. Okay. Well, okay, the problem that I've seen with advocacy, mostly feminism, I think, especially when you talk about gender-based violence, we are mostly dealing with the branches. You know, we're clipping the branches and forgetting to tackle the problem right from the roots. Because if we're not fixing the issues with Afro-masculinity and we are advocating for feminism, we're just up here and the roots, the tree keeps growing, more branches keep coming out and coming out. So the work that you're doing, thank you so much for it. And as we sign out from this episode, help us understand how you take care of your mental health. With all this work going on, with all the noise, with all the social media that you consume. And
I think first I would love to say I'm thankful to my mother for teaching me how to love.
Yeah.
And I also came to understand that feminism is a work of love. and that yes, it's difficult to get to the roots because the rest of the men, the other half of the world is not participating in the liberation struggle. And that comes a lot of things, right? Because everybody wants to be heard. So we end up shouting out of pain and chaos and anger.
Yeah.
But in regard to self-care, many times when we speak of self-care and mental health, we isolate ourselves again because of the word self. And we often think there are these things you have to be doing alone all the time to take care of yourself. But I am not a self without you. Because I do not exist in a vacuum as a human being. I am a self because you are also a self. That's people come because of many selves. So for me, apart from being an introvert sometimes, people take care of me.
Yeah.
I like being around people who are safe for me. Have fun, talk, play FIFA, have conversations, eat, you know, have good sex, you know, fellowship. Spiritual practice is very paramount to healing. Community is very important. And so I don't particularly scream more about the things I do alone, because all of them are part of the spectrum of self-care. So I watch movies, I write, I take walks, I watch football, I perform poetry, I dance naked in my house, I do all sorts of things. I call my friends. You know, I want to get back to painting because I used to paint when I was younger. It was such a good thing for me. But people heal me. People take care of me. For me, self-care is about actually I am happiest when I'm around people I love. Because staying alone has its downsides. I get lonely, man, and, you know, just secluded all the time. Not healthy for me. Right? So when I'm with company and we are cooking, we are laughing about, I am the happiest, in fact. So I tell people you have to have communities. Organize. You can't do this shit alone. I am abused every day. Even as soon as yesterday, even I'm with you, like yesterday on Twitter, people are telling me crazy things from my tweets. Crazy things. I don't even show you everything because it's a lot every day, you know? So how I counter that, I make sure I'm very present in the spaces I'm in. I make sure I am connected in a happy way. You know? I don't let that chaos get into my life. You know, it's so much rubbish and litter that I can't deal with every day because people are they have so much bile out there.
They do.
That they've not caused out of themselves, like I understand, you know, but they don't understand they are in it. So I can't talk to them as if I'm part of it. I talk to them as if I am above it. Right? Even though sometimes I just get back to people with the same energy they come to me with. It's like, yo, man, you're not going to overstep this. I'm going to tell you A, B, C, D. To respect me. I have boundaries. But for most parts, I don't even get back to people. They have their own conversations going on. But what I do is I just become consistent about it. I'm consistent. Say the same thing over and over, over and over. It gets to people. It does get to people. And, you know, I get emails. Guys telling me, yo, thank you for the work you're doing. We're watching from Jamaica. We're watching from Australia. We're watching from Namibia. What else do I need, man? You know? And for me, this is also for the future, so that when people will want to go back and look for guys who did the work, my name will be in there. And not that my name will be standing out, but my work will be standing out. and it will help connect to what they'll be dealing with in that future.
Yeah.
That's my eternity, and that's what I want. So for me, take care of yourselves by being with people who are safe for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not just always about the drinking and partying and everything.
Yeah.
But people who help you regulate your emotions, people who help you work on your dreams, people who help you work on yourself.
Yeah.
You know, some of us don't like being around people who tell us to be better.
Oh. Oh yeah, yeah.
Fun times and good vibes, not all, nah, you know.
Plastic
you need balance.
stuff.
Yeah, you need balance. You need people who ask you hard questions about what you're doing. You need that. That is part of self-care. We don't think of it like that. The spirit life in you, your flesh is dead. So you can't just live in the flesh. You have to also live in the spirit to give purpose to the flesh. That's it. Signed out.
Thank you so much for coming and accepting my invite and honoring. My episode takeaway: male, female, we're all human. We're all human. It's strange that we have to talk about this, but yeah, we're all human. Thank you for tuning into another episode of Hashtime with Nabuguzi Chwanuka. If you loved what you heard, make sure you subscribe to Hashtime with Nabuguzi Chwanuka in your podcast platform of choice and share it with your friends. Let them know that they need this virtual space. Feel free to also share your insights about what connected with you on social media, and be sure to tag us. We are at Hashtime with Nabuguzi Chwanuka on Facebook and Instagram, and on Twitter, our handle is at HTNK Podcast. HTNK is all caps lock and podcast is in small case, but it's all one word, at HTNK Podcast. You can also reach us on our email, htnkpodcast@gmail.com. For the email, it's all in small case, HTNK Podcast. Your reviews are welcome. I really look forward to hearing from you. See you next month. Do you still need me though? Yeah, of course you do. Well, until then, remember to humanize yourself. Hi there, it's Hashtime with Nabuguzi Chwanuka, a forum where you and I have conversations on unraveling social constructs, discuss self-development in line with mental health, and a lot more about the millennial world around us. If you're not hearing this voice for the first time, welcome back to today's episode. To you who is hearing my voice for the first time, I welcome you to this podcast. Listen in. I love reading your comments. I love seeing your feedback, and the engagement is increasing more and more with every single episode. I love that. I love hearing how something made you feel, what it made you think about. And in the previous episode, the pandemic versus mental health, that I recorded with seasoned psychologist Linda Nakalawa, Leon said, "This was amazing. Some of the remedies she has provided, like controlling the narrative, are hard to maintain." Alice commented, "Thanks a lot for sharing. Personally, I was helped." Dennis Katalua, "It was brilliant. Loved every bit of it. The questions were relevant and pertinent. The response was great as well. She clearly knows what she's talking about. She's very thoughtful and measured in her responses." So you know what I love about these comments? What I love about these conversations? I love it when you recognize that message that is tailored for you. The whole conversation may not serve you, but the best moment is when you find that smidgen and live like you have got the message that you needed for your life. I missed birthdays as a child. All I had to think about was feasting and presents. But as an adult, self-reflections and assessments keep jumping in every other minute. And those reflections are the inspiration of today's episode. I am going to be sharing with you 27 lessons I've learned in the 27 years of my existence. Lesson number 1. Whoever you are, wherever you are, there is always someone watching. I'm going to speak on this in 2 lenses. The first lens is keep pursuing your goals. There's always someone watching. The easiest way this can be understood is mostly from a parent's lens, whereby the kids definitely look at their parents as their superpower. Are they called superpower? Superhuman? You guys who watch Batman, what are those people called? Is it superpower, superhuman? I don't know. But the kids look at their parents in that lens of Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, you know. When you back down, when you stop pursuing your goals, this has an impact on the child. Yeah. I don't want to, I could, on my part, personally, my mother is the person that is the main reason that I keep pushing. And then the other lens of this lesson is the world is very small. Be mindful about how you treat other people. Your job application could land on the desk of a kid you bullied in school. I've had experiences where I meet people in different places and I meet them again in another space. Every time I see them again, I feel like, oh my God, I feel like some sort of relief. I'm like, oh wow, I'm so glad I didn't treat this person bad where I saw them first. About 2 years ago, we were celebrating my grandfather's birthday and I was one of the people that were doing the meal servings. And I saw a lady in the line. When she approached me, I asked, are you Miss Kagwa? She said, yes. So later on, after the servings, after the meals, we had to do a catch-up on introductions. This lady had told me, she was my art teacher in O-level. That's between 2006 and 2009. When we were having a catch-up moment, I explained to her that she was my teacher. And guess what? She is my aunt. She is a cousin to my mother. For the 4 years I was her student, none of us knew that we had a relation. And she helped me sum this up. She said, teachers have to be mindful about how they relate with students. Imagine I had tortured this child and I come to their home to eat food. So be mindful about how you treat people. Wherever you are, whoever you are, there is always someone watching. Lesson number 2, increase your emotional intelligence. What takes us to places of recognition is our IQ, our ability to have skills that are required to best perform a job. The technical skills are what most interviewers are looking for. What keeps us in those places of influence or jobs and makes us retainable are our soft skills, our emotional intelligence. That's what makes us retainable in positions of influence. So how do you increase your emotional intelligence? I'll not go deep into it. I'll be making a special episode on emotional intelligence. But I'll give you a summary how you increase your emotional intelligence. You'll probably have to run on the internet and help yourself to get an education on this. Practice self-reflection, practice self-regulation, be empathetic, and improve your social skills. Lesson number 3, you cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot pour from an empty cup. In law school, I was exposed to a legal rule, nemo dat quod non habet, which means that no one gives what they don't have. Take care of yourself. whatever you do, take care of yourself. Love yourself before you claim to love anyone else. It's the only way you will know how to love another person rightly. I'm going to use an example of mothers in abusive marriages or homes. They often claim that they prioritize staying for their children as a symbol of their love for them. But the fact is, if these mothers knew how best to love themselves, they would know that staying in an abusive marriage is doing a disservice to their children. Where am I getting with this? I'm trying to show you that when you know how to love yourself, you know how to love another person the right way. So why do I say that it's a disservice to the children when a mother stays in an abusive home? Children who are exposed to domestic violence experience emotional, mental, and social damage. The other thing is that most times the people who are in abusive relationships or marriages start to view themselves in the lens of an abuser. They lose their true identity, and trust me, when you never know how to love, and when you lose your identity, you can never know how to love another person when you don't know how you are. When this person comes out and says you are worthless and it becomes your narrative, it's not easy for you to go to someone else and say you love them truly unless you break that narrative. When you see yourself from a place of worthlessness, the only thing that you are going to demand from the other person is, you're actually going to be demanding for the love. You're going to be demanding that the other person sees you as worthy. And if they don't, it's still going to be an abusive roller coaster. It's going to be an emotional roller coaster. Abusive roller coaster, does that exist? Yeah. Anyway, so when you lose your identity, you can never know how to love another person. That's why the kind of love these mothers serve to their children is from a place of wreckage. So such children's well-being becomes built on a foundation of brokenness. If these children do not heal from their past, the cycle of abuse continues. Their relations as adults are often characterized by, mental health disorders or abuse and brokenness, to sum it up. What am I saying? For you to best perform as an employer or employee, a parent, a lover, or whatever status you have in life, you need to replenish every now and then. Everyone is better served when you give from an overflow. How do you do this, you may ask? Consciously fill your cup with things that lift your spirit and energize your body. Do this from an overflow. Do this until your cup overflows. Serve from an overflow, not from your cup. Lesson number 4. Be kind to yourself. I found a quote on Facebook that said, "You will never speak more to anyone than you speak to yourself in your head." And I relate to this so much. As an ambivert, I have so many conversations on my own than I have conversations with any other person. But I think any other person, whatever version you are, whether extroversion or an introversion, we always have conversations with ourselves. How you speak to yourself directly affects your mental well-being. Your mental well-being affects your general well-being. Take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. Lesson number 5. Self-love is a journey, not a destination. To learn to love yourself is a journey worth every step of the way. It requires that you embrace the things you perceive as flaws. Oftentimes we imagine that it's an instant achievement but I can assure you that it can take more than 2 years or even a decade for someone to holistically embrace themselves. As human beings, we all have our insecurities. Everyone, by the way, including the person you admire. And that's because we are constantly thrown into we are always thrown into a constant search for perfection. But when you learn that you are imperfectly perfect, there won't be a need for you to dwell on your insecurities. Love yourself every new day, because your insecurities are sheer byproducts of societal narratives. Create your own narrative. Lesson number 6. Practice gratitude. Practice gratitude. A study says that benefits of practicing gratitude are endless. Happify.com, a website, suggests that when you regularly practice gratitude by taking time to notice and reflect upon the things you're thankful for, you experience positive emotions, feel more alive, sleep better, express more passion and kindness. For me, gratitude has helped me to be present in the moment other than pondering on the past and worrying about the future. It has taught me to recognize blessings and that I'm not entitled to someone's politeness or someone's kindness. The most important of all lessons I've gotten from being grateful is that I am grateful. I've learned to be grateful for my problems. The most trying times in my life have rather made me more flexible, and from that I gained a sense of adaptability. They made me tap into my inner growth and my bigger spirit. So how do you practice gratitude? Do not wait for momentous occasions to express gratitude in all your days' experience. Do not wait for momentous occasions to express gratitude. In all your days' experiences, be thankful to the shop attendant after a good border ride. Thank the border guy for his services. Thank the security guard after they properly search your property on your way into the mall or anywhere. Whoever ensures your safety, thank them. Thank each and everyone for the services rendered to you. The waitress who served you right and ensured that you enjoyed your stay in the cafe or restaurant. Thank them for the good experience. The cleaners at your workplaces. There's so many people that you are supposed to be thankful for. There's so many things that you are supposed to be thankful for. Being thankful breaks down the spirit of entitlement and does make you go about your day with positive emotions. Having a constant reminder that something good just happened boosts your mood throughout the day. I've been reminded of my worthiness through gratefulness. Every morning before I open my eyes fully, the first sentence in my mind that my mind structures is that, "Thank you, Jesus, for the new day." I've learned that I should be thankful for the love that I receive instead of feeling like I'm entitled to it. Last but not least, being thankful is key to your mental health. When you feel like you're in a space of depression, run down a list of 20 things you're grateful for. By the way, you don't have to even wait until you're grateful. When you're practicing gratitude, maybe find a journal that you can keep writing about the things that you're grateful for. When you have a good experience, even if it's just for 2 minutes, be grateful for it. Write it down and read these things at the end of the day. You're going to go about your life very much with a lighter mood, a lighter heart, and a happier soul. Lesson number 7. Practice self-discipline. I struggle with this one sometimes. But since it's a learned skill, I'm on my way to achieving it. I'm trying every other day to maintain my discipline. The ability to do what you're supposed to be doing is such a hard thing, especially in this millennial world where our phones keep chiming every other second. Twitter is here, there's our Twitter, there's our Facebook, there's our WhatsApp. All those things keep making our phones busy. And at the time when you're supposed to be completing a certain document and handing it over to the person who the person who is supposed to be getting it, you're actually busy texting on WhatsApp. Managing to maintain focus amidst all these distractions is a desirable skill. It's a work in progress for me. I'm learning how to put off my immediate comfort in favor of my long-term success, and you can do it too. Lesson number 8. Cultivate a sense of self-accountability. This one right here has been very important in my life. When you have a well-developed sense of self-accountability, you are honest with yourself and are answerable and responsible for what you do or say. You have the ability to look beyond the immediate moment, to consider the consequences and gauge if you are willing to pay for those consequences. This is so far the best thing I ever decided to do for myself. I've become more mindful in almost everything I do, and it has both helped me to be a better version of myself and has also protected me from my once in a while reckless decisions. Previously, I always made sure I'd create a valid reason for my failings, and I swear I kept failing. Even when on the inside I wanted to be better, the moment I stood out and validated my failings, I kept failing. But taking responsibility for my shortcomings has so far been a great investment in my journey of self-development. I could never want to go back to a place of validating my shortcomings. Lesson number 9. This one right here. Atonement plants seeds of forgiveness. They say sorry is a magic word. When you say sorry, you acknowledge the harm you have committed. What do you do next after the acknowledgement? You endeavor to do right by the person you have wronged, because acknowledgement without reparations is not enough. For any restoration to occur in any kind of relationship, whether it be with God or people, atonement is paramount. For instance, we all know that God is a merciful God. Our God is a merciful God. But we find ourselves in spaces or moments where we abuse His mercy. Every time we care less to do right by Him, we abuse that mercy. We take Him for granted. Because when you come on out and say, "Oh, sorry, God, I harmed another human being," right? And then you do it the following day, they say, "Sorry, God, I harmed another human being." What are you doing about the sorry? What are you changing? When you have a spouse and your spouse constantly tells you that they don't like the things that you do, and you just keep saying sorry and you go about your day doing the exact same thing that you acknowledge to have caused harm to your spouse, what does that mean? Do you even care to repair or restore the relationship that you have? Sorry does not repair relationships. Atonement does that. Your actions after acknowledging the harm committed affects the other person's decision to forgive you. Lesson number 10. Invest in finding your inner self. From the time of birth, we all get identified in a particular category. And the first identity we all got at birth was that of a child. No one was born a lawyer, no one was born a mother, no one was was born an employer or CEO, we are often reminded about our duties and roles every now and then in those particular identities. To every stage that we graduate, identities are given, and every stage comes with socially defined values and expectations, whether as a mother, a daughter, a husband, an employee, an employer, or even a friend. All of them come with socially defined values. But when all these identities are stripped away, who are you fundamentally? Can you find yourself? Can you define yourself without the social identities? It is possible to structure your whole life based on the various identities imposed on you, but when the universe strips you of these multiple identities, when you are no longer a sister to your brother, a husband to your wife, an employee to your employer, a friend to your friend, or even a mother to your children, you are going to get lost because you have little self-awareness of who you are on the inside. When all your life is structured based on these identities, you are going to lose who you really are. When you find yourself in a position whereby you barely articulate your visions, goals, and beliefs beyond what these identities demand, use every minute to discover who you really are. Lesson number 11. This one right here. Prayer works. Prayer works. This is going to be the very last lesson for part 1. We're going to jump into part 2. Create a prayer that you connect with or uplifts your spirit. Now, I don't know how other people work around prayer, but as a Catholic, and what usually disconnects people from God in the Catholic Church are the prayers that are outlined for us. The recital barely makes us, if we don't really understand what prayer is, if we feel like it's just about a recital, it disconnects us from a spiritual communication with God. But when you create a prayer that connects you, that connects with your spirit and uplifts it, you do not have to find the need of jumping from one religion to another. Personally, I love songs. When it comes to worship songs, I feel a deeper meaning of every word, and this makes me tap into my spiritual existence. I turned Cece Winans' Jesus Take the Wheel into my quick prayer. When I am not confident, Jesus take the wheel. Each time I get into a car, Jesus take the wheel. I've asked him to take the wheel in moments when I felt like I couldn't understand what I was studying. Jesus took the wheel when I felt like the world was caving in on me. When I look at prayer, I consider it as something so central to my spiritual foundation. I have prayed for so much in my life, and I have gotten so many answers I sought. I've prayed at my lowest and in my fearful days. Now let me share a testimony with you guys. I think it's only Eunice who knew about this. Eunice is my friend. So in about 2015 or 2016, I had a call with my grandfather. I had a conversation with my grandfather, and he told me that he had a scheduled surgery in India. I was not happy that he was going to get healing. I was actually worried that he was going to return back dead. Because, man, you guys, we have all those stories about old people going into theater rooms. Not even just old people. We have all those people being taken to the theaters alive and they come out dead. To think that he is even going far away where I cannot be with him by his side, I was thrown in a huge wave of anxiety. I was unsettled. Every minute I thought about him flying, I was like, he's traveling to his final destination. Yeah? Those guys who watch Final Destination. Every time I thought about him flying, I saw him flying to his final destination. So what did I resort to? I started praying. I didn't believe that my prayer was going to work. I really didn't. But I tried. The same way how you feel like your parent might not accept what you are requesting. That's exactly what I felt. But then you just try. That's exactly how I felt when I was praying for this trip to be cancelled. Yeah. I asked God to cancel the trip. I told him I want my grandfather to heal. But if he is going to travel to India and come back dead, cancel that trip. And I was serious about it. I was serious about my prayer. I was intentional about it because I don't know how many times I say that prayer in a day. Jeez, I was so scared. I told God I meant what I meant. I told him I wasn't ready for his death. I wasn't taking it. There was a lot going on in my head at that time. And the death of my grandfather was the last thing that I would want. I don't know. I told God I wasn't ready for his death. And I was sure. I was serious. I was dead serious about it. So one night I called him. That's like past midnight. That's when you can easily get him on phone. I called him and I asked about how far he had gone with the preparations. And he said, we cancelled that. The doctors found that there is a way it can be the treatment can be worked on while here in Uganda. I don't need to travel and I don't need the surgery. You guys, I couldn't believe it. You see, when I called him, I had just oh my God, I'm even emotional right now. I feel like I just got the news. When I called him that night, I had just said my evening prayers for him. I was so desperate. My goodness. The moment I got off the phone, or even when I was still on the phone, I cried. I couldn't believe it. I cried so much that then when I looked at my prayer book, the prayer book had a Divine Mercy image, and I touched the image and said, Jesus, I know this is you. This is you doing your work. Prayer does work. Whatever your faith is, whoever your higher being is, communicate with him. And you can only communicate with him through prayer. I have another prayer that I want to leave you as a gift at the end of this part 1. That's the Serenity Prayer. I find it as one of the most powerful prayers. I use it in my times of when I feel like maybe I'm in a dilemma. Yeah. You may look up I usually use the shorter version because sometimes maybe I'm on a border. This is when I say it. When I'm walking into a room to talk to someone superior, this is what I say to gain confidence. So I usually use the shorter version, but you may look up the fuller version. Even when the thing with prayer, it's about faith. Let me not say it. I think It's about faith, the things that you believe in when you pray. So even when I say the shorter version, it still grants me fortitude. And I would like to give it to you as a gift. And I want you to come back and tell me that it worked for you. I want you to say it believing. I want you to say it with faith. So we're going to say it together. I'm going to be very slow and you will repeat after me. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Let's say it again. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I look forward to seeing you again in part 2. You have reached the end of part 1 of my 27 lessons in 27 years of my existence. If you have found value in this show, I'd appreciate a rating and subscription on whatever platform that you're using to listen to this podcast. Or better yet, tell a friend about the show. Share the link that you have used to listen to this podcast. That will help me too. And because you are worthy, I shall be sharing the rest of the 16 lessons this week. Because it is my birthday, this is my present to you. I'll be sharing all the 16 lessons. I'll be sharing with you more than one episode this week. Until then, I remain yours truly, Nabguzi Chwanuka.
This is a story of treatment. It is a story of little fighters, their ingenuity, courage, and daring. It is a story of hope and how far people can go when they walk hand in hand. Meet Brian, a professional clown. You will see him later in this story. But first, let me corner the DJ.
My name is Henry. I'm a DJ. I was brought here at the age of 5 to start my journey against cancer. As a child, I beat it.
My name is Dan Ayebare. Today, we delve into an unusual phenomenon, childhood cancer. The story leads me to Mbarara district, over 250 kilometers west of the capital, Kampala. My first stop is the pediatric oncology ward at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. Commissioned in 2017, the facility is operating way above its 18-bed capacity. It is nevertheless a promise of better days ahead for youngsters from over 20 districts in this region, battling different cancers.
Caring for a child with cancer is quite hectic. It's quite expensive. They need to do investigations, other treatment their own. At times they need to feel well, and the caregivers cannot afford the meals that the children require. And they've lost appetite. They don't want the meals that you provide from the hospital as within the hospital.
However, a year ago, its head physician, Dr. Barnabas Atwine, released a breathtaking research paper revealing a key obstacle in the treatment of cancer in children. The paper indicated that 77 out of the 343 children diagnosed with cancer in the 2-month research period and had abandoned treatment. I'm here to find out how things are going now.
Most patients abandoned treatment because they lacked money, basically. They lacked money for transport, they lacked money for food, they lacked money for supporting themselves through the treatment. They lacked money also to leave the other children at home taken care of. But basically it was just really mainly a lack of money, but also so many other things really. Some patients prefer to use traditional therapy or other means of therapy other than medical therapy. Or sometimes patients really also fear side effects. Some of the drugs we give, as I said, cause a lot of side effects. And sometimes patients really feel that the side effects are really too much for their children, and so they actually stop bringing them. But really the major problem, honestly, is when patients lack support to keep coming and to keep coming for treatment.
Abandonment of cancer treatment is as old as Uganda's cancer response journey. Before it was decentralized, patients and caregivers would only seek treatment at the Uganda Cancer Institute at Mulago National Referral Hospital in the capital Kampala. But the cost of travel, accommodation during the treatment period, food and nutrition, among other things, pushed as many as 50% of children annually to abandon treatment, sometimes at initiation stage.
They come without their relatives in Kampala, and the only place they know is Cancer Institute. They don't have money to stay somewhere in a hotel room, so they end up living in the corridors of the city. But also the transportation affects the care. When they cannot come back to care, they don't continue with the treatment, and that was a big concern because the government has had a lot of investment in medicine.
As it is said, need is the mother of invention. In 2007, Brian Walusimbi, the clown you met at the beginning of this story, was invited by philanthropists to entertain children at the Uganda Cancer Institute. Walusimbi left with a different mind.
I was invited to the Uganda Cancer Institute to do a charity party for children suffering from cancer. I wasn't interested because I didn't know anybody that had cancer. Even the thought of a child having cancer didn't make any sense. So the director of the hospital said, "Why don't you come in and have a look?" I went in for a tour, and I was shocked by what I saw. Children, adults, men and women, all packed up in one small space. Tiny room with tumors coming out of the eyes, mouth, their pretty little faces disfigured by cancer. It was such a painful place to be in, and I decided that there I wanted to do something special for the kids.
Walusimbi and his Blessed Child Foundation opened another home in Barara in 2019. That was a year after the hospital posted higher child cancer cases. But how do they zero down on who to support?
We don't entertain children that just walk in from the street, they have a tumor and they walk into our house. No, it doesn't work like that. They must be referred from the hospital. We have a referral process with the hospital where each child is diagnosed, treatment starts, and they fill in a form for that child with the medication the child is currently receiving. They are returned to the hospital. Any other issues that us who are taking care of the child here need to know, and that child is sent over to us. We are given notification that we are sending such and such a child to you. When the child comes with that form, we admit them and start the process of care. We actually have a good number of success stories, very beautiful stories. Some are at home right now, others are here with us. And we have children that were here with us and they were literally staring at death in their eyes. We didn't know they would make it to the morning, but they are now doing so good. Some have grown up into teenagers that are just seeing them and knowing that they beat death is beautiful.
Facilitating some money coming to the hospital was one of the challenges where you find you fail where to begin. Like for me, I could call this one, that one, where should I begin?
The hostel is providing a 360-degree cover for its beneficiaries. Food, shelter and daily transportation to and from the hospital are provided by the foundation free of charge for each patient and their caretaker. Some of these children spend more than a year at this home. The school-going children also have an in-house teacher
to enable them to keep in the loop with their classwork.
Our classes run for 2 hours, sometimes less, depending on the age that we have. Some can't sit for more than 30 minutes. They'll tell you they're tired. So you have to balance. You make sure they study. After that, they do some game. They have a break. Then they come back. Why we offer classes, why we offer school here, is to keep the mind busy. Some go to school. They've been schooling, and they'll be on treatment for like a year or even more. So they forget most of the things. So basically here is to keep them know how to count, speak some little English.
Statistics provided by Dr. Barnabas confirm that since the homes were established here, treatment abandonment has drastically dropped from 30% to 9% over the last 2 years at his ward.
I can assure you, if you went to that hostel and look at some of those children would not be there, would either be dead or be at home. Because a number of those children would not have afforded to remain in Barara and receive treatment, while either going home or staying in Barara really like full time. So when you go there and you look at them actually, you can just be sure that some of those children would actually not be alive.
Amos Obote of Uganda Cancer Institute says 85% of patients come from the countryside after referral. It is upon this background that the government arguably attempted to replicate the Bless a Child Foundation model to take in more than just children. Near the Cancer Institute, temporary homes were launched in September.
We are working towards finding a permanent place for them. And this way we are saying, we are learning that establishment of any cancer care facility in a low resource center must include a care home for patients coming from far places. For them to adhere to treatment and ensure dignity while in care.
Bless a Child Foundation, at their 4 homes in Barara, Kampala and Gulu cities, have since hosted and impacted over 6,000 children. Many success stories have been recorded, with DJ Henry among the most notable ones.
I believe children need entertainment through this journey. That's why I come here every Friday to entertain them.
This is Barbara.
I really felt bad because someone was using my picture. I didn't know. What if that person was a thief?
And this is Sarah. They are victims of online violence, a human degrading crime that we are normalizing daily on internet spaces. I'm meeting a focus group at Cavendish University in Kampala, Uganda, which is discussing experiences.
I was just online doing my own things like viewing people's pictures and whatever. So here comes a guy who uses my pictures online. The guy was like, hey, let me introduce to you my girlfriend. My wife to be inboxing the guy, asking him, why are you using my pictures? The guy was like, this is normal, take her away, you're not so special.
I posted something on Facebook. It was about God. So when I get to post and then this guy inboxes me, he's like, there you are, pretending you have a good heart, pretending you know God so much, yet when people ask you for things, like when people ask you for sex, you're this person who turns them down.
80% of nude pictures that are leaked online in Uganda, it's for women. I've never seen a guy in Uganda whose nudes has been leaked.
Over the last decade, internet connectivity and penetration has grown significantly in Africa. It is thought to be a magic bullet that could unlock the potential of its people beyond the confines of gender, social status, and territorial boundaries. However, unsolicited violence online is pushing most young women off the digital space.
I fear, and for me to be honest, if I join and I see those posts, I think I can even mentally break down.
1/3 of women in Uganda have experienced some form of violence online. Of these, 42% accounts for sexual harassment, 24% for offensive name calling, and 17% for stalking. Uganda's cyber police report says 95% of cyber crimes go unreported by the victims. Bonita Nyamwire is part of the research team at Policy, a feminist digital rights campaigner that investigated this issue.
From this study, we found out that most of the women who frequently use the internet are very vulnerable to online gender-based violence in terms of sexual harassment on online spaces, name calling, body shaming, hate speech, trolling, stalking, among others. We found out that most of the online harassment is experienced on social media platforms. Facebook was leading, then WhatsApp, then the others were the new ones, the upcoming ones, Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and so on and so forth.
Amid the internet abuse and cyber insecurity, digital rights campaigners in Uganda are promoting creative and more engaging ways to interest the population in the subject. One of these is gaming.
The Digital Safety, which is a game that is available on our website, www.policy.org, that also equips women of the different age categories with skills on how to understand what kind of violence is this, then how do I overcome it, how do I report it, how do I respond. That is a game that helps all kinds of females, so when an individual plays any of the characters, they will be able to learn the different forms of online gender-based violence.
Called the Digital Safety, this game is built on fiction stories of African women from different countries and presents augmented reality scenarios to intrigue African tech-savvy women. Gamers are immersed into the world of these characters, whereupon they are faced with digital threats like impersonation, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, which is often referred to as revenge porn. As players weave through the maze of threats, they are presented with lessons on how to navigate such threats in real life.
We tended to create a story that gives several options on how someone can navigate some of these online threats. If someone tries to hack your social media account or your device, what do you do? What are some of the features you can put in place, or for example the two-factor authentication to protect some of your accounts. So as we use online spaces, of course, yes, you have a password into your account, but then you need the two-factor authentication that before you actually get into your account, you need to ascertain that it's actually you that is getting.
But is safety against social media trolling sufficient to keep women safe online?
The recommendations we had that women need to be equipped with skills, with knowledge on how to safely use those social media platforms, because they are using them for different purposes, including social networking, including communication with different parties. I don't mean political parties, I mean in terms of like relatives, friends, workplaces. Then also they use them for business, they use them for different things. And it is also their human right.
This is a youth-based organization, and you're working with youth and empowering young minds. And so it's just very interesting as MCI is celebrating 12 years and having fashion gurus like you, Jerome. So starting it off, I'm Kevin Kasoma, journalist, fact checker, and innovator, and an MCI fellow under the 2023 cohort. And I'm pleasured to have you all in studio today. This is MCI Radio, a youth, empowered radio where we tell African stories in the most relatable and creative way. So, MCI Radio, it's mobile. You can, download the MCI Radio app. You can listen to our podcasts on the go, and everything else MCI Radio. So, I think we'll go, in a circular kind of motion, or we can just zip zap.
Yep. Zip zap. Whatever you want to do. Yes.
Okay, so if we're going to zip zap, then I'm going to start with Joram, right? Mm-hmm. So we're going to keep it simple. We just start with like introductions, just like I've done. I know my bio is simple. It's not yet complicated.
It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, but soon, never know. So, Joram, I just want to understand what has been your experience working with young minds, with young people, because I can just imagine like just seeing these models, how they turn out to be. I can just imagine like the kind of process they go through, just from like my journalism point of view, like how we come here at MCI and we are all, I want to be this, I want to be that, with all these ambitions. So what has been your experience working with like these young ambitious minds?
Okay, I'll introduce myself once again. My name is Joram Muzira Job, and I work as a creative director at JMM, one of the biggest agencies that we do have in Africa. What do we do? Model management, scouting, and transforming people into stars. So working with young people has been very mind-blowing. I'm not going to lie about that. It has sweet moments. It has moments where we cry a lot. And then it also has moments whereby we always, celebrating, we happy, we good. So how do we work with them? It all starts with the mindset. Absolutely the mindset. Because so many people out there want to be fashion models, but then it comes back to what do you exactly want to do in life? Same thing like how you say, I want to be an artist, a musician. I want to be a dancer. I want to be a lawyer, a professor, an engineer, name it all. It's the same thing with modeling. The same energy, dedication, ambition, zeal, passion, resilience, determination that you have when you're going to do other things is the same thing that we look for in modeling. We don't just look for, oh my God, pretty faces, she's tall, she's skinny, she's dark-skinned, and then all that. It's much more than that. That is why working with them has actually been very mind-blowing, at the same time very fulfilling, because when you look at the success stories that we've got over the years with all these young people that we've been working with since 2012, this keeps me going. And to be honest, I don't do this alone, because it's not a one-man's army at all.
I see you have your team with you today.
Exactly. All that people see is, oh, Jerome, this time, but behind Jerome, there's like a very strong army. There's a force. There's a generation that is grooming all these girls that turn out to be major international supermodels. And ladies and gentlemen, introducing the team.
Yeah, that's the energy. I mean, Jerome's energy is up here. So when you are interluding, when you're entering,
you have to bring it down just to capture their attention, and then we go back up.
Exactly. And when Jerome was submitting, you talked of all these models that you've connected to, Paris, to all these amazing places, New York, and now I'm just really, really curious. I think that's a question that wasn't asked while you are at the panel, but you mentioned something about the master classes, the mentorship model, and all that. So like one would want to know, like these models, when they go out there and they make it and they become stars, and this is to your amazing team. I mean, you have amazing ladies right beside you. So like how does this masterclass kind of model work? So if you've connected me, I'm a star, I'm shining in Paris, and I come back to Uganda, am I fit to sort of like host a masterclass with you? And the fact that I've actually been groomed by the organization. So how does that work?
Oh, thank you so much. So my name is Swabra K, and manager at Jura Model Management, also a model agent.
Oh, so first wait, Swabra, you manage models. Yes. So someone said I cannot be a model.
Yes, I do.
So as a model manager, you should validate those claims that I cannot be a model. Really?
No, first of all, what I will say is that everyone can be a model. Even me, when I joined JMM, I wanted to be a model, and there's some things that I can do, and then there's some things I can't do. It's just that modeling has so many divisions, right?
Oh, it's not just this glam we see where people are just walking down. When you tell people you're a model, or when people see modeling, it's like from an abstract point of view. Like people are just walking down the runway to and fro. I mean, someone's like, what's difficult with that?
Yeah, the only difference is, as a business, because modeling is a business, is we choose to manage a certain part of modeling because it makes business sense to us. But there are other people out there that are using another section of modeling, which is commercial, and they're making money out of it. It's just that as JMM, we focus so much on high fashion because it makes business sense to us. But everyone can be a model. And that is one of the things I tell to my models when we are going through development classes. Everyone can be a model. You just have to find the right representative for you for the right market.
Exactly. Now they've gone through. Finally, I now believe I can also be a model someday. Never know. Someday.
You're already doing model work, but what you're doing is model work.
Maybe I'm doing role modeling.
Yeah, you are.
You're actually a voice model because your voice is so perfect.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. So then, Swabra, that takes us to the question that I had thrown to you earlier on. Like, how does the masterclassing model work? I've gone to Paris, I'm a star, so do I come back? And because I feel like that's a very strong motivation for people who are just going through the program, right? That I'm here right now, but, with due or with time, I'll actually probably reach that kind of stage. So how does the masterclassing model work?
That's actually one of the things we do. The master classes have different stages, especially the development classes for the models that are going to be signed to the agency. And one of the things that we do further along after they go through a lot of the vigorous training, a lot of the mentorships, mental health and all that, is that when we reach along the way in the middle also, we bring back some of our models to inspire them because the journey can be grueling. And some models would sometimes want to give up. So one of the things that we do is we bring back these models that have made it somewhere, right? That started with us but are now somewhere. So we bring them back to tell their stories, to inspire them, to share their challenges and what they did to overcome those challenges. So it is one of the things that we do where we bring back the models that have made it to come and inspire these young girls.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Speaking of models that have made it right here, I know to the listeners who will listen, you might not relate, but me, I can clearly tell you the vibe here is it's just amazing. I mean, you can never fail when you are around Jerome. I think I've met you once before here. We met in this elevator of Tirupati before it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, before it
small
died. Can you imagine? There is Mumeme on this building.
Right?
But with
the
elevator doesn't work. It's a very small world. So to the other lady on my left. So I just want to really understand Jerome's submission earlier on the panel. He talked about I think it was a question about, the narrative change that's around, modeling and all that. And the fact that, just like journalism, how it was back in the day, and still is, because, there's still that stereotyping. When you tell someone I'm a journalist, the first thing they'll think of is, I mean, they'll just picture you in a riot, carrying a camera and a tripod. And they're like, oh my God, you're journalists, they're going to beat you. And I'm like, no, journalism is not all about, being in war zones. So, like, how far and like how are you guys, as an organization, as pioneers, in the modeling business, doing this, changing of narratives and, like shifting the perspectives that people have about modeling and looking at it not only as a sustainable business, but, to even parents as something that, their children can thrive in, something that someone can be passionate about and harness, be it in management, if you cannot practically be, on the runway, or like supporting, a model out there. Like how is the journey of, changing the narrative, and how exactly is this being done?
Okay. Thank you, everyone who is listening. I'll first introduce myself. My name is Nyacho Irene, and I work with Jara Model Management.
Ooh!
Yay! So I work first as a model. I'm a model with Jara Model Management, though I work here in Uganda, not internationally.
Ooh.
And then secondly, I'm a model scout. So a model scout, basically, we look for new talents. We look for models who have not been discovered. We train them, we nurture them, and then we bring out that star aspect in them.
Yeah.
And then I'm also a runway coach. So in modeling, remember, it's all about mostly showcasing the clothes. So if you don't know how to walk on the runway, basically, you're not going to make the money. So I teach them how to walk in heels, how to be confident, and to be the international models they are, the ones who still walk all those runways, Valentino, Balenciaga, Gucci. I train most of the girls. They come as raw. as gotten from the streets or wherever they're discovered, and then they make it to the international runway.
Amazing. It
And
must
then-
be a very fulfilling, moment when you're seeing someone that you literally scouted, walking that runway.
It's my joy to see them make it on the runway. Because personally, I wanted badly to be on the international runway, but I couldn't make it due to, it's the kind of modeling we do. High fashion
Yeah.
modeling is so restrictive. They have like strict border measurements and all that.
Oh.
So basically, to them,
These are the things we don't know.
So basically, as small as you can see me, I don't meet the requirements internationally.
Wow.
That's how crazy it is.
Wow. So it's not easy appearing with Kim Kardashian in a shoot.
It's not easy.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so I couldn't make it because of my body measurements, but since I love modeling, I was like, let me put my skills to use. One of the best runway walkers in Uganda. I don't know if that's a word.
Yeah. Runaway walkers on the runway, whatever
She
it
is
is,
the
that's the
best.
word.
I'm the best runway. I have the best runway walk in Uganda.
Definitely.
I'm self-proclaimed.
That's how it is. That's how it is. I mean, it's always self-belief before all the other beliefs.
Yes.
And I believe so.
Yes. So, sorry, where are we?
Best runway walker.
Best runway walker in Uganda.
So I decided to use my passion to mentor others because they have all the potential they have. So why not give it all to them? And maybe you never know where your blessings are. Yeah. So back to your question. So modeling has always been perceived as prostitution in Uganda.
Yes.
For so long, people have thought modeling is a form of prostitution, but thanks to Mr. Joram, who has really, really fought this narrative. He has laid a legacy to
Narrative
show the parents,
changer.
to show the models themselves that modeling is not prostitution, it's a business.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so basically, we have to take the parents of these models to tell them that if you give us your girls, we trust us with your kids, we are going to teach them things that are actually not even taught in school. Remember, self-confidence. They never taught us how to believe in ourselves
self-confidence,
when
body
we're in school.
positivity,
Yeah.
positive mindset, all those things. The little details, really.
The little details. They never really teach us in class. But if you
Yeah.
come to one of our master classes, we teach them how to be self-confident. We teach them about self-esteem and self-belief.
Yeah.
Personally, if you were to meet me like 3 years ago, this wasn't me. I was an introvert. I was this one who would keep to myself. I wouldn't even stand in front of a big crowd and speak.
Wow.
But through Mr. Joram's trainings, who am I today because of him?
I
And
mean, someone
kudos
couldn't
to
even
Mr.
notice
Joram,
that.
right? Yeah. So we are trying to change the narrative. We're trying to take when we go through these scoutings, we take the girls through development classes. In these classes, we tell them the business of model. We teach them each and everything that they need to know. We show them that you have to go through legal ways, and it's a business. Even when you go international, you don't have to sign your life away. Read through the contract that you're signing. You have to know what the business entails, all the terms and conditions. So with that, we even though you don't sign with us, when you get out there and get other representatives, you know your rights, you know what modeling is about.
Wow, that's amazing. And since, the conversation is about, migration and, how these different facets, intertwine with each other, I would like to, throw this question to Joram. So in migration terms, when maybe someone's minds or someone's potential is shipped outside, we would count that as, brain drain, because, that's going out. Then when someone maybe with their expertise from out there comes here, then that's brain gain. Or when someone from here goes there, gets the knowledge and comes back here, then that's brain gain, right? So as someone who is actively, okay, we could call it indirectly because it's not like you're in business of basically only taking people outside and, giving them all these opportunities. But how much has your organization and your campaign sort of benefited from the brain gain kind of factor, right? Because we understand we're in Uganda, we're in East Africa, so there are many things that you'll probably see out there that when you come here you'll be like, wow, I I saw this, but what's even the practicality of it here? So, as someone who is, actively, always, I'm sure at embassies they know you by name because they're like, the usual guy, right? So, how much have you guys benefited from like the brain gain factor of the migration scale?
To be honest, we've learned so much, absolutely so much, and I'm so grateful that I get the opportunity to go and see how the world works in Paris, in London, and then all these other cities. So one thing that I've learned the most is leadership.
Yeah.
Honestly, from all these, different travels, and then, getting there to get so much knowledge, and then all that, I've learned so much about leadership. For me to understand that to be a great leader, you have to let other people lead as well.
Yeah.
You get. And that's where a lot of people get it wrong. Absolutely wrong. They feel like, if you're going to be the leader, you're the one who's supposed to be forefront, do this. No. But then I've learned that internationally, one thing that all these agents, all these different businesses thrive on is leadership. Like, how are the leadership skills like? And those same leadership skills we've impacted onto the models as well.
Yeah.
Through the different masterclasses that we've done. That is why even when they are traveling, they know, they know the safe migration laws, they know the policies, they know that I can't get out of a country when I don't have a visa. I can't get out of a country when I don't have a permit. I can't do ABCD, something like that. Even when they're working internationally, because of the leadership skills that we've given them, there's so many temptations in this business. So many. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
Like most, especially internationally, there's so many. But for the girls to know that this is a business, this is, they are standing up for, different agencies altogether. We are mother agents here back at home, but then when they go the other side, they know that they are representing not just German, but the whole country, the whole continent.
Yeah.
So we've passed on those leadership skills to them, to the entire team, and it's absolutely working. And then another thing that we've benefited from, whatever you just asked, is lives changing, honestly.
Yeah.
Because this is not a business for the weak. It's not a business for people that want quick money.
Quick cash.
Quick cash. Like, if you want quick cash, don't do modeling. I'm telling you. In Uganda, don't do it.
Yeah, true.
Like, do not. And even if you want to be like a model booker, a model agent, and you want quick money, don't. Because it's a business that is purely built on like passion, resilience, and then you taking on these kids. These are kids that we don't even know. Like, they're strangers, let's be realistic. But there's strangers that we turn into family. There's strangers that we turn into our very own kids. When you look at the work that all these ladies do, Miss Irene, Miss Swabra, it's a lot of work because you take on people from different cultures, right? Different backgrounds, different ethnicities, and you have to teach them that this is how life is. Because let's be realistic, most of them are not exposed. They're still young. They're still in school. So it is who you stay at the back. It's also something that, we've mastered in this business.
Yeah.
Plus also, collaborations, international training, international management. There's so much that we've learned. Absolutely.
Amazing. So, as we come to the conclusion, the conclusion stages of this conversation, I think I'll start from my, whatever. I said from the middle, then went like this. No. Now let me start from my left.
Yes.
As, we close the curve. So to a young, person out there, probably, they're passionate about modeling. They have no idea yet about modeling because I understand how passion works. You wake up one morning and you feel so gassed up for this one thing. You really don't know how it works. You probably just know it on the surface, but you really want to do this, or you want to go in for this. And like, it doesn't matter maybe what field. It could be journalism, it could be modeling, it could be management. Like, what's that kind remarks, or like what's that one thing you would tell this person right now at this one point in time where I would say you tried, you tested things, you've earned it to actually be here at this one point in time, right? And so you going through that journey, that experience, it's life in itself. And then there's this young person out there, probably 13-year-old or 14-year-old, who has not seen all this, and they feel like, you know what, in a snap of a finger, I could, just be up there, in an instant. And like, just like Jerome said, like, money doesn't come that simple. So even like in the journalism field, if you want quick money, unless you're going to scam people, but it just doesn't work like that. So what's that one thing you would tell this young person right now?
Okay, I wouldn't say one thing. but I'm going to
a master class.
Yes, a master class. That's the one. Okay. First, personally, I know some people don't believe, but I do believe in God.
Yes.
Amen.
So
Hallelujah.
You have to
Yeah.
trust in God in everything that you do. Put God first, and everything will come for you.
Okay.
Then you have to do your research. Yeah, I know you want to be a model, you want to be a journalist, but under modeling, there are different types of modeling.
Ooh,
There
I
is
didn't
high
know
fashion
that.
modeling, there are beauty pageants, there are fitness models,
Oh.
there are parts model. It's a wide business. It's a
Wow.
wide industry. So you do your
Okay.
research and see which category you fall under. Are you a commercial model? If you're too pretty, yeah, you're a commercial model.
Oh.
So you do your research.
Girl next door.
Aye. Okay.
It's the same thing as journalism. There is investigative journalism.
Exactly.
There's news anchor. If I'm right, so you do your research and see where you fall in.
Yeah.
And then lastly, you have to believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, no one will. So believe in yourself, put the work, and put God first.
Amen. Right now, I'm believing in myself so much. I don't know, I could start up an organization tomorrow.
Yes, you're welcome. I'm ready to collaborate.
And yes, over to you, Jerome.
I would literally write a whole book about this, but I'm going to really, really, really brief.
No, first hold up, Jerome. Actually, to be specific to you,